thank you very much, Javier, for organizing this meeting. And I think I'm looking on ACTRIS side, we are looking forward to the discussion, which we believe will be mostly about synergies between different initiatives and synergies between in a way, what is being done in the framework of research and what is being done in the framework of DG environment and more policy-oriented initiatives. So I think I will stop here since we will have a presentation of ACTRIS. But again, I'm looking forward for the discussions.
Thank you, Paolo. Jutta, please.
Okay, good morning, everybody, also from me. So it might be for some of the AQUILA member, it might be unusual that I'm holding the presentation today, but Annette asked me to do so since I'm working in a monitoring network and it was not sure that she could attend today. So my welcome to all AQUILA members as well. I hope you can hear me. Is it all working?
No problem.
Yeah.
We trust you.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you, Francois. Okay, so yeah, I'm also looking forward to the discussion because, of course, also in the monitoring networks, there have been a lot of discussions on supersites and also the new components and how we can manage to do all that. And that's what I will be presenting later on. So I keep it short as well. So good to have the discussion today.
Thank you, Jutta. Then Ketil and Lorenzo, please.
Yes, welcome everybody. It's nice to have this opportunity to talk to you all. I will give a presentation of EMEP and the work we have been doing in relation to establishing aerosol supersites over the last 20 years. And I hope for some good discussions. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and good morning. I am Lorenzo Labrador, and I'm the co-chair of the TFMM. So I'm standing in for Augustin, who couldn't attend. So as Kjetil mentioned, I'll be in representation of the member countries of the LRTAP convention, and Kjetil will be including information about TFMM in part of his presentation. I'm looking forward to the discussions as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So as we have told in the presentation, without recording, the part without recording, so this is an event organized by the AQUILA, ACTRIS, EMEP, and URBANS in the format of the third URBANS stakeholder, and we have three major purposes. The first one is to see what role can have ACTRIS, EMEP, and AQUILA in developing the network of supersites. The second is demonstrating what can be the added value for air quality of having these measurements implemented. And the third, some technical discussions about the methods. Okay. So, Paolo, if you like, please, you can start with your presentation.
Okay, so I'll share my screen.
Yes, please.
And I'll start. This is, I suppose, you can confirm that you see my screen in the...
Yes, we can see.
Okay. So I'm Paolo, as mentioned, I'm the ACTRIS Science Chair, and so I'm presenting this, making this presentation with this responsibility. So as you may know, I'm not sure if everyone is aware that ACTRIS is a research infrastructure, and since April 25 of this year, we actually became a legal entity with the seat in Helsinki, and the legal entity is funded by 17 countries, and this is what we call ACTRIS ERIC, ACTRIS European Research Infrastructure Consortium. The funding from the 17 countries and perhaps the 19 countries in before the end of the year will actually be used to operating a head office, 6 topical centers. So the topical center is basically the expertise center, expertise and calibration centers, and a data center. The operation with the observation and the measurements that we are doing are basically funded by the national stakeholders, which are funding the different sites which are connected to ACTRIS, which we call the national facilities.
Excuse me, Paolo, sorry for disturbing, but your presentation is not in presenter mode.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe we want to do that. Yes,
no.
perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect, sorry.
So, yeah, so everything is already, I mean, most of the active services are already operational, even though we are expecting to be fully operational in 2026. And so the countries, they have worked on a full policy framework, meaning data, access, funding, SOPs. The organization of ACTRIS is really that we want to be able to provide products, data products, in a way that we control from A to Z the production of the data chain and the production of information. And we do that, as mentioned. So you have the data chain on the top of the slide, and we do that through the fact that we have harmonized methods and calibrated instruments through the ACTRIS topical centers. We have the places where the data is being produced, which are our national facilities, and we have a data center. And with our national facilities, we have 2 kinds of facilities: the experimentation facilities, mobile platforms and atmospheric simulation chambers. And we have the observation facilities, which are the observing sites. And we will be focusing on these observing sites in this presentation. And then we have 2 kinds of measurements: remote sensing on one side, in situ for the other, for aerosol, cloud, and trace gases. So we have 6 topical centers. So for aerosol, clouds, and trace gases, ×2 for remote sensing and in situ. For these observational facilities, we have a number of facilities with already some kind of a supersite approach, since many of our facilities, they actually serve more than just one element in ACTRIS. They are often co-located to make sure that we have at the same place remote sensing and in situ. And when we don't have remote sensing and in situ, for the in situ, we are collecting information at the same place for clouds, aerosols, and VOCs. So this is the number of stations according to the number of topical centers that are served. You see that the highest place in Europe where we are doing most measurements at the same place co-located is actually a station in Finland, Pallas in northern Finland. But we have a number of places with already co-location in place. So 19 facilities, more or less, and some of them, and we'll be discussing that, are also EMEP and or GO stations, and approximately 20 of them are located in urban and peri-urban areas. So that gives you an idea of the ACTRIS network, and to understand ACTRIS is not only this network of stations, is much more as a research infrastructure, since we have also other dimension in ACTRIS. So in ACTRIS, the facilities, they are following the most suited operating principles. So we are discussing how measurements are done. Usually we can discuss that also with metrology institutes, and the measurements that we are doing are often discussed and or adopted at wider scale by GO or by EMEP. The importance of what I'm presenting here of the framework of ACTRIS is that the countries are committing for operations at the national facilities, but also at the data center and at the topical centers in the long term. So this is really something that we have to consider, this long-term dimension of research infrastructures. The distribution of data is made through a fair environment, compliant with international standards, and delivering to Copernicus atmospheric service. And again, we are not only delivering data, but also products, or in a more general way, services. And these are the ACTRIS variables. So I'm not going to list all of them, obviously. There are more than 150. If I count all the breakdown with VOCs. And so you have the 6 different elements of ACTRIS with aerosol cloud and trace gases in situ, aerosol cloud and trace gases remote sensing with the 6 different topical centers. When I go now to the connection with these air quality variables that are proposed in the draft of the new directive, you'll see that we have a number of properties or variables that are already listed as the key variables or the measured variables in the ACTRIS framework, especially for the aerosol properties. So the ultrafine particles, the particle number size distribution, the black carbon or the coefficients connected to black carbon, the speciation of particulate matter. For these aerosol properties, we have already the TC in place, and that you see in this table on the right side. We have already worked on the testing phase at the beginning of ACTRIS. How do we are we measuring these compounds? Sometimes there is already a CN in place for the official way to measure these variables, SOPs, and the different operation connected to the ACTRIS data. So everything is in place, and connected to the diffusion of this information in near real time through CAMS. You see that for volatile organic compounds, we are also almost ready. For the testing phase is done. The SOPs are mostly in place. The ACTRIS data you can get every year. For the NRT diffusion data production is not yet in place. It's being done within an ACTRIS CAMS project. For other variables like ammonia or oxidative potential, which are not yet in ACTRIS, we are working with ERA URBAN to define, and I think we are in the testing phase, to define in the near future the most appropriate standard operating procedures for measuring these compounds before including them eventually as an ACTRIS variable. So this is, we have been called, as mentioned by Javier, we have been called in this first draft of the revision of the AQ Directive for an enhanced coordination with the strategy and measurement programs of ACTRIS and EMEP and AQUILA. And so we have worked with Javier Querol and a number of people in ERA URBAN and in ACTRIS to comment this EU directive. So I think this will be discussed later. So I'm not going to go into the details of these comments that we've made. I will place a link in the chat for everyone to download eventually the full version of the comments. But basically the major suggestions that we have made was to capitalize from ACTRIS ERA URBANS and promote synergies in operations. To maintain the provisional list of non-regulated pollutants, they seemed for us very appropriate. To build upon measurements methodology developed by the ERAs, and to make sure that at the end of the game, when we have something in place for air quality and as part of a research infrastructures, things will be totally harmonized. And so this is also about ensuring interoperability of data value chains. Again, we do not want to, at the end, get to a situation where things would not be compatible. So these are our main messages, but obviously we will come back to that later in the discussion. So the idea in the way things are organized is that we are ACTRIS now exploring the atmosphere with our ACTRIS core services, which I'm not going to detail again. We have the ERA urban that we call city services. So it is to develop some additional services which are not in ACTRIS today. And at the end, and so this will be presented by Javier, and at the end, ACTRIS for cities, a specialist or specialized place for servicing the some activities that are specific to the urban areas, actionable and operational, knowledge transfer to the air quality monitoring network, support to policymaking. And so perhaps with that, in this 2026 31 action plan in ACTRIS, perhaps we'll have we will favor the establishment of more super sites connected to the urban areas. This is going to be a decision from the countries. So my conclusion is really that we have had significant investment in 19 countries. We have had that. ACTRIS did not start on the 25th of April. It's a really long-term initiative which started 20 years ago, more or less. And it is important that we consider that this investment from the countries are for operating data centers and expertise centers that are fully relevant to AQ issues. At the same time, it is clear that research infrastructure is really for enabling research in the communities. This is really the raison d'être of a research infrastructure, and we have to make sure that we are clear with this positioning in the landscape. At the same time, we have then a clear open data policy and a know-how on air quality that can be transferred to other entities, and in particular to the air quality monitoring network. And this is the main purpose of ERA Urban. These ERA services can be extended in the future. So the tools that we are developing in ERA Urban can be extended in the future if we have the proper resources and the capacity for doing that, in support of the air quality monitoring networks, that for sure. And then my last message is to say that we are really fully committed to work with AQUILA and EMEP. Obviously, I'm not including ERA Urban in this full commitment, because we are already deeply working within ERA Urban, but again, deeply committed to work with AQUILA and EMEP in this context of this new air quality, the draft of this air quality directive. With that, I'm finished with my ACTRIS presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Paolo. And now we will have the questions and the debate at the end of the session, okay? Now, Ketil, please. He will present the EMEP role, yeah. And Lorenzo will contribute also to the discussion later on. Thank you. Can you share your screen?
Yeah, Paolo, perhaps you have to stop sharing. Okay. So now you should see my presentation in slide mode, I hope.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, thank you. So I will, my presentation will mainly be dealing about the way EMEP is organized. I think it's important background, and I know many of you are not very familiar with EMEP. So just to make a start, EMEP is a protocol. It's a financing protocol that is under the Convention on Long-Range Transboundary Air Pollution. It has now 47 parties that are signed to it, And it's a quite special protocol because it actually funds some EMEP technical centers. These are the 5 centers on the top left, and we are the so-called EMEP Chemical Coordinating Center. And our role is to coordinate the observations that are used by EMEP every year to assess the air quality situation and the need for policies on reducing emissions. We also have the EMEP task forces at the bottom left that are meetings and groups that bring together experts from the countries to have involvement from the parties in the scientific work of the convention. The EMEP Chemical Coordinating Center has a web page. You will find all the information that I will be presenting on this page. And I will try to go through now some of the most important aspects for these discussions that is following today. So first of all, what we do at the EMEP CCC is to coordinate the observations within the geographical domain of EMEP. We work on the improvement of quality and the representativeness of observations, and we have quality assurance efforts so that the data are controlled as they are received by EMEP. We make this data available and also the metadata, and this is used to inform stakeholders, policymakers about trends, for instance, etc. And finally, there's a specific point which specifically deals with how EMEP should interact with other frameworks and conventions to ensure cost-efficient monitoring. About aerosols, that was actually came on the agenda in year 2000 in EMEP. Before that, it was acid rain, started in the 1970s. Then heavy metals, ozone, NOx, and VOCs came in around 1980. And then POPs came early in the 1990s. And since 2000, aerosols has then been part of the program. And as I will try to introduce, it's a bit how this work got going and where we are standing now in relation to aerosol supersites in Europe. So this is, I'm just going back to some historical material now. All these reports you can find on our website, and they are quite interesting to my view because they give some flavor of what actually happened. And of course, the situation in the late 1990s was that the convention was moving away from only ecosystem-based monitoring, the effects on lakes and forests, and also start to deal with health effects, because it was evident that also on the regional scale, air pollution was an important driver. So we had this review now nearly 25 years ago, and then it was a workshop, a very instrumental workshop between EMEP and WMO. That was actually the first time that it was coined the word joint EMEP GO supersites. And we also had the establishment of the EMEP TFMM in year 2000. And at this meeting, there was a lot of discussions about how should EMEP establish a monitoring strategy for particulate matter. Before that, we had, of course, chemistry in aerosols. That was always part of the program, but not really all the variables that was needed to understand the concentration levels and the health effects of PM. And we also made this note in year 2000, which was the first proposal of a monitoring strategy for PM. And we also made the first status report. So we were looking into the available data and tried to review what was the present information that could be used to assess transboundary air pollution of particulate matter. We also then had the first ECOC campaign that was measured in 2002 to 2003. And we wrote a background for a more formalized version of the EMEP monitoring strategy. And here is the first time where we say that we will have EMEP supersites. And also here we take a very strong push that one should collaborate with GO on this matter, because GO was at that time the community with a major focus on climate change and aerosol forcing, while EMEP was air pollution oriented. We also wrote a paper that discuss these things. It's more the same thing as was in this previous report, but we wanted to have a journal paper on it. And then it was also this quite highly cited paper from the JRC that also took together all the data that was available now nearly 20 years ago. The EMEP monitoring strategy in its formalized version was first published in 2004, and that ran until 2009. We had a new one from 2010 to 2019, and we have now a new version that runs until 2029. I will very briefly go into this monitoring strategy, not the details, because this you can find on the website, but I just want to browse through it. So this is the station networks that currently is reporting data to EMEP. And you will see for aerosol properties, we have about 50 stations and 17 parties that measure aerosol properties. But you have, for inorganics, we have 33 parties and 136 sites. And here on the left-hand side, you can see the number of stations. And on the right-hand side, you can see the number of countries over the time, together with all the protocols of the convention. And this is a link to the website where you can find all the data reports. And this is the eBase interface where you can search for EMEP data. And you can also find other reports if you go to this page. And this is the kind of things that we deliver to the European policymakers when they are discussing, for instance, the revision of the Gothenburg Protocol. What is the need for further protocols? And then I think trends and the verification of emission reporting is perhaps the most important thing that we do in EMEP. Now we'll go through some of the aspirations that the EMEP monitoring strategy faces out. So first of all, these are just selections, so you have to read it all, but these are, I think, particularly important for the things we are discussing today. So first of all, the monitoring in EMEP, it should be affordable for all parties, but it should also take advantage of scientific developments and emerging capabilities. In point 8, we say that EMEP has a very important role to provide information to local air pollution, because there is a quite significant transboundary contribution to this. EMEP also has a link to the global scale. It has a link to climate. It says that we should always utilize new developments in methods, new technologies, and ways to use the data. And it also says that we should, where relevant, also increase the availability of near real-time data. Of course, the running of stations like EMEP Go ACTRIS stations is very expensive. So we find it very important to stress that when you have a station, it should be contribute to as many frameworks as possible. And we have this very special point 15 that really links how is EMEP positioned in relation to the Air Quality Framework Directive monitoring. And what it says here is, of course, that the EMEP data, they are a very large fraction of the rural background measurements that are also reporting data to the EA. Under point 16, we talk about the links to WMO. Under 17, the links to other international programs like the Stockholm Convention on POPs, Minamata Convention on Mercury, and the regional programs on OSPAR, HELCOM, and AMAP. And we are also, of course, delivering data to Copernicus. On point 29, you can see some of the things that are stated in relation to aerosol supersites, which in EMEP is a level 2 activity. All parties with land area greater than 50,000 square kilometers are expected to operate a station. And most of the existing level 2 stations, they are also active in ACTRIS. This version of the strategy was, of course, written before ACTRIS was a legal entity. Then we have a session on data quality and exchange. And here it says that what EMEP is doing currently is mainly field intercomparisons and laboratory ring tests. and also communication with the labs in relation to quality control. We do not have a lot of activities on aerosol level 2 variables, because this is taken care of to a large extent by ACTRIS. And here we also point out that we would like to strengthen this collaboration with ERLAB or with AQUILA, with CEN, ACTRIS, and WMO in relation to quality assurance. Finally, I just have some few slides that was the input from EMEP CCC on the proposed Air Quality Framework Directive, the revision. So first of all, the draft says that the PM measurements should be made in a manner consistent with EMEP. This is, of course, very important. There's a recommendation to coordinate with EMEP in relation to supersites. There are some specific suggestions, and these are corresponding reasonably well with what also EMEP is requiring, but there are some differences. So for instance, there is differences in relation to PM 2.5. So I will not go into exactly these things. You will hopefully have this presentation later and you can have a look at it. One of the more important thing is that the directive requirements, they have less demand in relation to time resolution. In EMEP, we would like to have short time resolution, which is of course much more expensive than to have integrated samples over longer periods. There's a difference in relation to EC and OC and the size cutoff used for that. Ammonia has always been a level 1 requirement. Correct gas partitioning of ammonia and ammonium using the denuders, this is a level 2 requirement, while high spatial low temporal ammonia monitoring in emission areas is a level 3 activity. So to conclude the proposed activities of the directive, they are most EMEP level 1 stations will fulfill the supersite requirements of the directive, with exception of the aerosol absorption coefficient and the ultrafine particles aerosol number size distribution, where it's the EMEP level 2 stations that have this kind of instruments. Also then in level 2 of EMEP, we also have variables that are not included in the directive. So I think the important thing is that the term supersites has different meanings between the Air Quality Framework Directive and EMEP. So one should not mix up the requirements of the directive supersites and the EMEP supersites. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kjetil. So I will proceed to make the talk on array urbans if you, okay, thank you. And later on, Jutta will talk about the AQUILA. Okay, so I don't know why. Can you see the screen in presentation mode or not?
Not for the moment.
I will
Yes.
do it again. This one.
Yes. No.
Is in presentation form?
No.
No.
Yes, now.
Yes. Yes. Now.
Okay. So thank you very much. I will present array urbans and the link with these activities in proposed in Article 10. So array urbans is a scientific project on research infrastructure services reinforcing air quality monitoring capacities in European urban and industrial areas. Okay, this is financed by the Horizon 2020, is the Green Deal program, and then it will last until the end of September of 2025. So we are offering our support if needed to implement this, but we are in part of ACTRIS in this sense. Okay, so ACTRIS will contain all our service tools and results. Okay, so here we are 25 beneficiaries from all across Europe, and then we have JRC also as associated beneficiary. We started with 11 cities, but now we are including more than 20 for testing our service tools, and including 15 for the pilot studies. Okay, so this is the the objective. It has a first pillar, which is based in obtaining the service tools for demonstration. We will talk what service tools are, on measurements and source apportionment, on urban mapping and studying the health effects, and on modeling and emission inventory. Once we have these service tools that are developed, we have around 15 cities that are testing these service tools in 5 major pilot studies. And then we have the last pillar, which is basically tracing the roadmap for upscaling, and also disseminating this across the stakeholders. This was written much before than the draft directive. Okay, and then this is built mainly around the ACTRIS infrastructure and IAGOS one, and then we added to this very well-known experts on urban air quality, and then we are compiling also a relevant number of data sets from urban areas which are not included in ACTRIS, and we are trying to flow the data to convince these networks to supply the data to ACTRIS or to EMEP, but in this case to ACTRIS. And then we have the air quality and health experts also involved in testing what are in evaluating the health effects of these new advanced air quality parameters. Experts in modeling and emission inventories, and experts in urban mapping and citizen science. Okay, this is more or less how the project is organized. This is the concept, and it is very important to remember that we wrote this before the draft directive, but it seems that we were right in selecting these advanced parameters because they are very coincident with the ones in the draft of the air quality directive. We are elaborating service tools for ultrafine particles and particle number size distribution from PM source apportionment, both online, offline, and recently we obtained results of using models that combine multi-time tools to include both offline and online data. Black carbon and source apportionment, oxidative potential, urban mapping of pollutants, and then we have a block where we have the health evaluation by the epidemiologists of the health effects of ultrafine particles, black carbon, PM components and sources, and using the oxidative potential as an epidemiological variable. Also ammonia and VOCs. So in this work package one, we have the service tools that is developing mostly the advanced air quality parameters, the service tools for that. Then we have a health effect, which is analyzing oxidative potential and epidemiology, but also using mobile measurements to map the pollution and also the citizens' involvement. And finally, service tools for air quality modeling tools and urban emission inventories. We have these 5 pilots on near real-time particle matter sources apportionment, near real-time nanoparticle site distribution, data access, mapping of urban pollution and citizen science, evaluating in 3 cities the health effects of these advanced parameters, and finally measuring around hotspots, because for us this is also relevant: traffic, airports, industry, harbors, and so on. And then we have the work package for 5 for upscaling, and work package 6 for the stakeholder engagement. And in this framework is where we are having this meeting. Okay, so we are not we will not like to be arrogant to say, oh, we know about this. The only thing we are proposing is to AQUILA, also to ACTRIS, of course, and to EMEP and to DG Environment, if they are interested in the tools that we are developing and on the background that we have, and we can supply information to them that will be more responsible of implementing the network. Okay, we have work package 7 for dissemination, 8 for management, and 9 for ethics. Okay, so let me, in my opinion, what I have noticed in the discussions that I have been involved with the member states is that many member states are not convinced of the added value, or at least that's the information they are supplying in the meetings, and we have to try to show that it is worth investing on that. Okay, so I will show some examples. For example, this is for ultrafine particles. We succeed in getting 27 data sets. Okay, and only 12 are included in ACTRIS, and 15 are not at the moment. We hope that at the end of our URBANS will be also in ACTRIS. Okay, but this is not only that the data is not centralized, but that the measurements are made in a non-harmonized way. Okay, so this is we compile data that can be, it's already interpreted and published in this paper, from 6 traffic sites, 16 urban background, and then 4 suburban background, and then we collected from ISPRA, okay, a regional background, because the peculiarities. Okay, so many of these 15 data sets are, or all are urban sites and are not in ACTRIS. So the first effort should be in including them. These are the size distribution. As you see, the traffic sites are having very high concentration, especially in the mode, in the nucleation mode. But Marylebone, for example, is behaving different. So even in the traffic side, there is difference. This is Central and South Europe sites, urban background, and you see that similar shapes to the traffic, but with lower levels. But when we go to the suburban sites and some central urban sites and northern side, North European sites, the levels are much lower, especially in the nucleation mode. So this is the mean average for the years 2017-2019, and we see very low levels in Northern Europe for 3,500 to 4,200. This have to multiply by 1,000. and then a middle belt in Central Europe, and a high concentration hotspot in the Mediterranean. So it's behaving like ozone or like other pollutants. Okay. The important issue is that maybe there is a correlation with other pollutants regionally, but not in a given site. If we, for example, correlate PM 2.5, ultrafine NO2, SO2, the correlation with ultrafine particles is very low, even with ozone. Okay, so it merits, or it deserves to be measured independently. Then when we go to the nucleation mode, we had cities like Lille started at 20 nanometers and Helsinki at 3 nanometers. And then it seems that 7 to 10 nanometers is the most convenient. But if you like to study the nucleation processes, then you have to start from 1, okay? But this nucleation that we were expecting to be high only in Southern Europe, we saw that in Central Europe, probably related with the plumes of coal-fired power plumes are nucleating and even reporting higher concentrations than in Southern Europe. It is true that the traffic sites have also high nucleation concentrations due to the traffic, but not the urban background sites. Okay, so to show only how different can be the origin of ultrafine particles, we have here Athens. Here we see the daily concentration, the average, and you see the black carbon is peaking with traffic, and ultrafine particles is doing exactly the same. And seasonally higher in January and December and lower in August, and very parallel. And then the nucleation mode in green is very low. But if you go to Leipzig, you see that the highest concentration is in the middle of the day, not in the traffic rush hours. And then the seasonality is opposite to black carbon. And the nucleation mode is having high peaks at midday in summer and spring and autumn. And most of the sites are a mixed pattern, have a mixed pattern. So it have the black carbon pattern from the traffic, but with the midday nucleation, in this case is from the harbor, from the shipping emissions. And then the seasonality is flat, and we have high nucleation episodes in summer, spring, and autumn also. Okay, so we can determine also the line deposited surface area, because many epidemiologists studies state that this should be monitored because it's a relevant health parameter, and later on we will study LDSA as an epidemiological parameter. But in any case, we see the same gradient. Okay, the alveolar deposition is increasing towards South Europe. Then for black carbon, you can see this belt, intermediate belt, but now is trapping UK also, lower concentrations in the north and higher in the south, which is very similar to the Aitken mode, 100 to 25 to 100. So very much driven by traffic emissions. Okay, with black carbon, we do the source apportionment in places with the thalometers, and then we see already that Athens, or for example, Bucharest, or Milano, or Helsinki, or Lille, the outskirts of Paris, having high contributions of biomass burning, but in all places it is still traffic the main source. And then we see these decreasing trends, probably the effect of the, not probably, it is clear the effect of the Euro standards that reduce the black carbon. This is Barcelona, London, Rochester, Zurich, Granada, Leipzig. Similarly, in all Europe, in having or not low emission zones, the trend is quite similar in all places. But we see, on the contrary, the biomass burning, black carbon, is increasing. And then the ratio biomass burning, traffic, black carbon is increasing in such a way that probably in several years, it may happen that biomass burning account in the near future 50% of black carbon in many places. Okay, and finally, we have a lot of examples, but these are we selected a few. We have the oxidative potential, and this is an example of the studies of URBANS in Barcelona, and then we see that we have different antioxidants, for example, DTT or ascorbic acid. And if you use ascorbic acid, it seems that the effect of the metals from raw dust, tin, antimony, manganese, copper, iron, are much more marked than in the case of DTT. But DTT, it's more marked, is marking more the effect of combustion than it is doing ascorbic acid. So at the moment, work package 2, driven by Gael Usu from Grenoble, she is leading an intercomparison of methods and they will produce a service tool which will be agreed with very many groups working on this topic. Okay. So further steps is doing like that. We are evaluating the mortality and the morbidity with ultrafine particles, with black carbon, with oxidative potential, with all these parameters. And then this is an example where we see that if we consider total number concentration for ultrafine particles in black, the relation with mortality is not statistically significant. If we consider denucleation particles, we see that the relation is negative because nucleation occurs only in very clean days. And then if we take into account the ultrafine particles coming from traffic, we see that one day after the episode, for every 4,000 particles, we increase the mortality by 2%. Okay. So the know-how of all these findings that we are obtaining in our report, in our project, are summarized in the document that Paolo showed before and will be discussed at the end of the meeting. Okay, thank you for your attention. I will, and then Jutta, you can share your screen.
Sure. Okay, so I can't test it. So I will talk about the AQUILA network and focus on the new pollutants and supersites. Well, first I will talk about in general about the network, who we are, but the main task of my the main topic will be on the new pollutants, on supersites, and where we stand in the networks. So the AQUILA network was founded more than 20 years ago. It consists of 36 national air quality reference laboratories. Our main goal is harmonization of air quality monitoring according to the European Directive, and to have comparable measurements and data throughout the European Union. And I think that's what we heard in all the talks before. I think the goal is the same, whether it's ACTRIS, EMEP, or URBANS. We want harmonized data. And that's what we do in the networks already. I did not count all the monitoring stations we have. I know that alone, just in Germany, we have more than 300. So I guess like for the European Union, it's yeah, you can probably add a 0. So we have really a lot of stations that we all have to operate. The national reference laboratories, who are we? We are appointed by the appropriate competent authorities and bodies according to the Air Quality Directive. The representatives in AQUILA, we are all nominated. For example, I was nominated 8 years ago, and this gives us a lot of continuity in our work. We are all experts with academic background in QA/QC, but we come from different organizations. Some of us, like I do, I work in a monitoring network, others work in calibration laboratories, and there are also other types of institutions we work for. We are competent advisors for the operating networks concerning measurements techniques and QA/QC. We have a good knowledge of the monitoring networks and their need. And when I talk about the monitoring networks, I mean really those, let's say, almost 3,000 stations we have throughout Europe. The tasks of AQUILA and the national reference laboratories is coordinating QA/QC activities at national and European level. We do method development and validation. We have the obligation to participate in interlaboratory comparisons organized by JRC in ISPRA, and we also organize our own interlaboratory comparison at national level. So interlaboratory comparisons is a well-established and good system in the networks to to do this harmonization of data and monitoring. Most of us participate in standardization activities, which means we work in the SEN groups. We provide expert judgments on matters regarding also measurement strategies. We provide technical support to the development and implementation of correct measurements. We develop common research projects and pilot studies, organize training courses, workshops, and conferences. And looking on the achievements, we contribute to the development and validation of reference materials, guidance document. We have a lot of QA/QC programs, training, uncertainty estimations. In some issues where for example, where we think that we have to make it a bit more clear on how the Air Quality Directive is meant, we have AQUILA recommendations. We also have one, for example, for the interlaboratory comparisons. We do equivalence testings, workshops on sensors, and of course, we did also provide input for the revision of the Air Quality Directive and in general for air policy. Now we come to the new pollutants and supersites. The revised Air Quality Directive from October 2022 follows most of our AQUILA proposals as well, also concerning the new pollutants and supersites. What we had in our proposal was actually a distinction between supersites and research sites. For example, the oxidative potential was for all AQUILA members in that group definitely a pollutant for research sites, since we don't do that in the networks at all. Then we had an AQUILA meeting in November on the Air Quality Directive, on the revised, on the proposal for the revised directive, and we had suggestions for different working groups on ultrafine particles, on equivalent BC, ammonia, and supersites. I mean, there were a lot more, but these were the ones that focus on the new pollutants and supersites. We did not have an AQUILA meeting on these topics yet. It's because there was just no time for that. We will have a big meeting in Dublin in September, and I'm pretty sure we will talk about all these things then. So, but what was done by JRC was a questionnaire that was sent out to AQUILA members about 2 weeks ago, and until Wednesday last week, there were 14 replies from all the members. I got all the results on Thursday evening, and I'm presenting now, what were the main answers from those 14 replies. Like the wishes for guidance on supersites, like 6 networks, and we don't need no guidance at all. The way it's written in the proposal of the for the revision of the Air Quality Directive is clear enough. There were others that said, well, we need some advice on the criteria in the supersites, and 7 networks said, well, no, it's also the variables in this that have to be measured in the supersites. Others said, well, but what is missing at the moment are data quality objectives for the new variables. And another question was also, ultrafine particles will not only have to be measured at supersites, but also at a lot of other stations. So whatever has to be done at supersites, whatever data quality objectives we have there for ultrafine particles, will have to be met at a lot more stations run by the monitoring networks. Then another part of the questionnaire was the needs for supersites. It was split in what we need at rural background stations and at urban background stations. And out of those 14 replies, most networks answered that they need equipment, but and human resources. These were the most most things wanted by most of the networks. Expertise was about like half or a bit less than half that needed expertise. There was one network that was already ready for rural background and urban background side. One had totally different plans, and one was saying there's a cooperation possible. That was one of the smaller countries that wanted to have a cooperation with another bigger country. One response was missing, and especially for the rural background stations, there were responses referring to the EMEP and ACTRIS network, saying it's already done there and they don't need to do that at the rural background stations because it's covered by EMEP and ACTRIS. But that were only a few, but for the urban background stations, I didn't see that. Then the third part of the questionnaire concerned the different new pollutants that have to be measured at the supersites. The ultrafine particles was split in total number concentration and in size distribution, equivalent BC, ammonia, and the oxidative potential. And another question concerned the e-reporting near real time. Also here, equipment and human resources were needed for more things. For equivalent BC, the network seemed to be rather well equipped. 8 are already ready, 8 of those 14. Like for ammonia, there were already 3 ready, and even for the ultrafine particles, 5 and 4 were ready for doing the measurements at the supersites. For the oxidative potential, I mean, as I said before, we most AQUILA members in the working group suggesting new pollutants already said that this is rather a research topic, so nobody has equipment for that, or human resources or expertise. So this is nothing, that we have here. Oh, now I'm gone. Can you still see the presentation?
No.
Not anymore. Okay, sorry. Now again?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
again.
Yes, that's good.
Okay, sorry. Like there were some comments, especially for ammonia, because also in the AQUILA paper, in the AQUILA proposal, we said we want to use diffusive samplers because that's a cheap method and it's established in some networks already. But with that, of course, no real-time reporting is possible. E-reporting in general, the way we do it in the network, has to be updated. And for ammonia and oxidative potential, the need for real-time data was not seen, or the equipment for that was not. It may be for ultrafine particles and equivalent BC, but the reporting will have to be updated. The way it is, that would not work at the moment. So summarizing all that, I would say like the networks, the starting point is very heterogeneous. Some are well prepared, some networks are not prepared at all yet. In common is that most of us have a lack of equipment and human resources. That was that was going through most of the replies. Lack of expertise was rather less for ultrafine particles, it was in 6 networks, and in most networks for oxidative potential. And most networks will really only be able to operate supersites and measure new pollutants if necessary resources are provided. And the questionnaire was done based on what was proposed in the Air Quality Directive, but it is clear as long as the directive is not revised, we will not get any resources. I mean, this is just not the case yet. I mean, everybody is waiting, the networks are waiting on the on the new directive, and then we will see what we get from resources. And this is here for, I hope this is heard, because what we need as soon as the new directive enters into force, we will need human resources and equipment for continuous long-lasting measurements. Startup financing is important and welcome, but this will not help us in the long run, because monitoring at supersite is not a project, it's an ongoing task. That's how it's meant in the directive, and that's why we need equipment and human resources for that. Then I also thought about what could be the role of AQUILA. This is not discussed with the AQUILA members yet. So this is something, but from my knowledge, what we could do is, of course, we can support the develop criteria for supersites. I mean, most of us are very closely linked to the monitoring networks, so we know the needs, and also help to find solutions to combine routine and research. Look at our available infrastructure of the monitoring networks. Some replies in the questionnaire were like, for some urban monitoring stations, the space could be really too limited to install all the new component measurements for all the new components. But we'll have to check that, what we need for infrastructure. Coming to the new pollutants, we will have to check for available standards and the feasibility for networks and the costs and resources, because I mean, it's good to have standards, but we will not just operate the supersites. Like I said, for ultrafine particles, what's written in the proposal so far, there is a need for a lot more than just at the supersite. We will always look at alternative measurements and equivalent methods, and certainly help develop QA/QC measures to provide comparable data for the measurements carried out in the networks. And of course, also help develop, like I heard, ACTRIS has QA/QC measures, EMEP has QA/QC measures. Really look at that and see what we can do. And then a big task will be help to transfer from research level to routine level. I understand that ACTRIS has a routine network, EMEP has a routine network, but looking at the number of stations we have in our monitoring networks, we really have a lot more. And we will see what we can do at that routine level. So, and then I just made a map looking on what is done on research monitoring and routine monitoring networks. These are extremes. I know that there is there's a mix in a lot of networks, but we heard from EMEP that there's rather transboundary processes, climate change, but of course there will be upcoming issues that a research monitoring network or research monitoring in general has to look at. Our networks are just for human, or for the protection of human health and vegetation. This is the focus, and this is what the networks are there for. Research monitoring is often also done in remote areas. I did 3 dots because I know, and you showed it, that of course there are some urban stations around as well. But I think in ACTRIS, most of them are remote areas. And we will focus on hotspots, urban and rural areas. In research monitoring, you can also look at lower concentrations than we do. And of course, to measure low concentrations, you need special equipments, which but for the high concentrations we're facing at the moment, we need routine instruments, and a routine network can only use routine instruments. And of course, research will focus also on upcoming pollutants without standards. Oxidative potential is for AQUILA, pollutant like that. But microplastics, you said the POPs, which I didn't list here, PFAS are an upcoming topic. And And for us, we need pollutants with standards. It was mentioned for ultrafine particles, there are RTS available. For ammonia, for diffusive samplers, there is a SENS standard available. And last not least, like a routine monitoring is an ongoing task. It was good to hear, or I knew that ACTRIS and EMEP, that's also an ongoing task, but we need that for all our monitoring sites. And when upcoming pollutants, sometimes you start with campaigns. Yeah, but we always, whatever we install, we have to do in the long run. And I think why we're here is our task is to connect and exchange. And I think it's really good. And from what I heard before, that everybody is open to see what is there to transfer from research to routine and see what is feasible. But like for us in the networks, it's really important that it's feasible and that we can manage to do it. And I mean, we are all experts as well. But for us, limitation is equipment and yeah, human resources. And that's the end of my presentation. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much for this interesting and clear presentation. Okay, now, according our agenda, we should focus the discussion on how AQUILA, ACTRIS, and EMEP can contribute to here, but we should focus the discussion. At least I recommend to do that, because later on we will see what is the added value. We will discuss on the added value, but this is what you have said, Jutta, at the end of your talk is what when I am discussing with the national experts from national administration, regional or city, they say that they have not budget, they have not people to run these super sites. But on the other side, it is clear that it seems that the Commission is suggesting that ACTRIS and EMEP should have an important role there. But ACTRIS, EMEP is not running the stations. EMEP is developing guidelines, collecting the data, checking the quality, if I am not wrong. But ACTRIS, the national contact points and the involved groups, they are running their instruments, but they cannot get the compromise if they have not an additional support to run the super sites in a continuous mode and for all the parameters and the rules from the directive. So what I have seen is two types of opinions, very clear. One was a region commenting, no, we are ready. We don't want to leave that only on the hands of the scientists. We need to be collaborating with scientists and of course with AQUILA, that is rolling all the measurements. But we are ready to invest money for that. But many countries are stating that that they have not staff and instrumentation and personnel to drive this, and they are thinking that this is of interest, but they should be driven by some supranational networks like ACTRIS and EMEP. So it will be good to have somebody from DG Environment to tell how they intend this to be built. But I am not sure all the countries are ready to have their own super sites in the framework of the National Air Quality Monitoring Network. So what is your opinion on that? Especially if we have national experts, we would like to listen what are the opinion of the national experts.
Can I say something,
Yes,
Javier,
please.
before we? So on ACTRIS side, we have a few years ago the opportunity within the Green Deal, but paid by the research infrastructure in the European Commission. So it's really specific units. We had the opportunity to answer a request from the European Commission, which was, okay, ACTRIS and IAGOS and research infrastructure in general, you know how to provide information and support to the research, and you are mostly for this atmospheric dimension, focusing on the regional issues. And how can you provide also additional service tools that would be more specific to the urban or peri-urban environments. So this was the initial, really the overarching objective of having ERA urban. It was really the Green Deal and preparing tools to be transferred to other entities, to the air quality monitoring networks. So just to say that for a research infrastructure, it is clear where we stand. We are not in charge of any air quality monitoring activity understood as what Annette just presented. This is never going to be what the research infrastructure will do. The research infrastructure will be, I would say, eventually in the upstream, helping developing the scientific and technological tools to be then operated in another framework. We can bring an expertise that is at our topical centers. We can bring an expertise which is at our data center on how to handle this kind of data. We can bring an expertise on how to transfer the information near real time with the expected quality. But at the end of the game, research infrastructure is here to serve a research community. We can think of synergies. We can think of something that will be, I wouldn't say a joint operation, but it will be a continuous transfer of knowledge from one side to the next, so continuous work on new modalities to improve the measurements. But I think it is important that we really clearly stay where we are, because this is what the countries are expecting us to do, and they are paying us to do. So I think it's where we stand now, and what we can bring as ACTRIS, this I would say knowledge on specific technological and scientific issues, and not at all operating something for the air quality networks.
Okay, thank you, Paolo. Very clear from your side. So we will appreciate the opinion of the national experts to if they can explain us how they see the implementation of this. Jutta?
Well, I was just I would appreciate if the some of the experts, I mean, you said the air quality expert group was invited as well. So there's so many people in here that, so I can't see it, but I can just what Paolo said, and also what you said, Xavier, is exactly true. The networks, I mean, we will at the end of the day, we will have to run a lot of these, probably also of these super sites in urban backgrounds. and we don't know how to do it. We don't have money, we don't have resources, and everybody has to be aware. And we should really think about before, as Paulo said it. I mean, we, for example, for us, for ammonia, we would say, yeah, well, it's nice to have real-time data, but start with diffusive samplers. I mean, this is something we might be able to do, and you know, then do an interlaboratory comparison on how these diffusive samplers compare with other methods. And also, I mean, we will just do one in the German-speaking countries, do one with diffusive samplers, and also with denuders, so have a comparison on that. But for ultrafine particles, I mean, the requirements are a lot more than it's just the supersites. And that's why we say, and there will be, for example, oxidative potential. That's why we are voting for, don't make it mandatory at supersites, because that will just have, we will have a lot of, I mean, none of the networks will be able to do it. We will have to give a lot of money to research institutes, and we really should look at what's in there and see what will be the benefit. What do we want to do with the data in the end? Where do we need real-time data? Where do we need, I mean, what is really done? That's what you said, Xavier, when you ask some of the networks on they don't see the benefit of the supersites. I mean, in Germany, there are networks like that as well, that say, okay, well, I can't afford it, I can't do it, and then what do we do with the data? So I think we will really help the monitoring stations or the monitoring networks with money, resources, and expertise. And if the air quality directive comes into force, everybody has to be aware of that. The politicians have to know that this is not something we can do with the resources we have at this point. And this cannot just be done by research institutes. And I think it's good if we learn from EMEP and ACTRIS and see what we can do in the networks, but it's about as good as it gets. And that will already be a big task for us to see what's there and to see how we can do that, transfer that to the networks.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the first comment we did with ACTRIS and URBANS is that we were very thankful to DG Environment, because we believe this is very important, not only because we think that, because WHO, which is our guide for air quality, was stating and recommending implementing this. It is not only a scientific view, especially for these black carbon and ultrafine particles, that is very clearly suggested there. Okay, but I am afraid that if these very important questions of supporting where the money will come with the current resources, there is not enough staff and money to run and to implement that. And this may be that in the discussions, this Article 10 will be rejected, or even or maybe modified a lot and losing a lot of the very nice shape that has now. So I will appreciate that I see some national experts. If some of the national experts, in addition of Utah, can give the opinion on how they believe that this can be implemented. What is the best way? No comments? David? Thank you very much. David, in addition of your opinion, I would like to also to ask you how DEFRA has implemented this from many years, together with air quality monitoring networks in UK, because this is done from many years. David, you are muted.
Morning, everyone. I thought, I'd comment on how we've achieved this over the last few decades. How it's done in the future, I think, is probably up to individual member states. We've been running supersites in London for nearly 30 years. We really started with a roadside site in the middle of London, Marylebone Road, which many of you would have heard of.
Yeah.
And then later added urban background sites, first in North Kensington, and now we have one in South London. Currently, they're very well equipped, but they have taken quite a lot of development. We currently have real-time measurements of ultrafine particles, a wide range of chemical composition. We have some good meteorological measurements, and they're used as a research infrastructure for more ad hoc measurements as well. So it's allowed us to adopt novel techniques, to use them as a test bed for sensors. We've been taking OP measurements there for many, many years. And we've also been able to develop new techniques. So they've been a test bed for microplastic research, bioaerosols. We've even looked at some security aspects of biohazards and explosives in these locations. And potentially they can be used for other research topics like noise. It's been funded over years through a mixture of funding sources. We've been supported by DEFRA and the Environment Agency, who fund the measurement networks for some of the routine measurements and for ad hoc measurements as well. And it's also been supported by the UK Research and Innovation funding as well. So it's been kind of put together, the funding's been put together from lots of different resources. But they are so important for us now as we look ahead to challenges, as we move from tailpipe emissions to non-exhaust emissions. Our understanding of sources in the urban environment is going to be really, really important to try to understand and track those changes of that policy. So source apportionment is going to be very, very, very important moving forward to understand the relative contributions of those different urban sources. And we feed in and link in with other research areas. We can link in very closely with our modelers as well to develop emissions inventories, to look at things like cooking, which has been identified for the last 10 years, but really we don't really have a grasp on that. And as Xavier said earlier, the changes in wood burning or biomass burning in urban environments are going to be very important. Xavier, did that help address some of the questions?
Yeah, David. So the discussion about the added value, we will ask you later also to contribute on that, because we learn a lot on this super site. But this is how the system is funded and the structure, how this has been implemented. Okay.
So at the moment, we're funded partly by research grants and partly by UK government.
Okay, but in close collaboration with the air quality monitoring networks.
Yeah, that's who funds the. It's the UK government that funds the networks themselves.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Mark?
Yeah. Sorry?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I have a remark about the discussion. I'm talking for the French reference laboratory. In fact, in France, we have several supersites, rural and urban supersite, and but the thing is, today we have several measurements that are running on this supersite, but if we read the actual version of the air quality directive, the choice between what is mandatory and what is recommended can do that the supersite are fitted what is recommended or not. And For us, for the moment, this supersite, to respond to your question, are funded by the French and the Environment Ministry, and the measurements are run by the approved laboratory in France. But if choice, I made it in the directive that some parameters become mandatory and recommended, and that could be have a big impact of what is done actually in France. I will take two examples. The first one is about the ultrafine particles. For example, today makes a measurement with total number concentration, and we don't do this size distribution on the supersite. And for example, if this size distribution of UFP become mandatory, so it will have a big impact on the cost of what is done today in France. The same thing is about the chemical composition of the particles. We do today, we run this measurement by real-time measurements, and we are not able with this measurement to respond to all the chemical composition that we can read today in air quality annexes. So that is very important also, that the choice that are done in this directive not throw down what is done in France, for example, and to have to rebuild a new system because there is no liberty or freedom to choose between what is recommended and mandatory. So that's a big issue for France at this moment.
Thank you very much. You said, which laboratory do you say it is working, is running the supersite?
But today the supersite are run by the approved laboratory in France that we call the ASCA. So one by region, and today they do these measurements. I mean, a part of this measurement, not all the measurements that are that we can read in the annexes. And issue today is to find a position in these annexes that is not throwing down what is done today, and to have to build a new, a total new network to respond to this supersite needs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Michaela?
Morning. Thank you very much for this very nice meeting. I would like to speak not from the scientific point of view, but from a practical point of view. If the new what is written in Article 10 of this new air quality directive will be imposed, I think that both the Ministry of Environment and the regions in Italy, because in Italy the regions are in charge with measurements, we would like to have something like, how to say, a document ready to use, where to have written for these new pollutants, especially black carbon, ammonia, ultrafine particles, in a very simple way, which should be the best instrument to use for the measurements, how much it costs, more or less, of course, and how many hours from experts are necessary to operate them. It's like when you do a project. In this way, both the ministry and the administrations can discuss in a more practical way if they will be able to build these supersites and where, according with the cost. And in addition to the cost of the instrument and the cost of doing the measurement, it will be necessary to have indication for guidelines. So to have these sheets for each practical sheets in order to let the administration to evaluate if they are able to implement and how many funds are necessary. I think from the practical point of view, this is very important. And then it would be good if you can provide, I mean, this community, because EMEP, ACTRIS, AQUILA, you have all this kind of information and could put together. And URBANS, of course, can give an update with the work you are doing. And I think this is very useful. And in addition for this, for each country, it will be great if you can provide information about existing supersites and existing work. I know in Italy, there were a project in my region with for a supersite, San Pietro Capofiume, and this can be a base also for choosing these supersites. In rural and urban areas, it will be great if you can have couple supersites in rural and urban areas also for air modeling, for air quality modeling works, because at the end, I hope that this kind of measurement will be useful also for the models, for better understanding the atmospheric phenomena and better quantifying them. I think this is very important, and will be very important also to have in the new directive more precise criteria for siting. Now the criteria doesn't refer to the level of emissions, only to the number of inhabitants and to areas, which I think they are very weak for siting supersites. This is all. Thank you very much for your attention, and apologize for not having the camera.
Thank you very much. This is very interesting, because yes, to take the decision, you need to know how you must invest. This is very, very normal. But the last comment I appreciate very much, because there are urban sites that are already in ACTRIS and they're very well equipped. Some others, like the ones from DEFRA, are from the air quality monitoring networks in collaboration with the research funding support. And then we have some other cases like France that is investing directly the air quality monitoring system on that. So I think we need to take the advantage of these existing data sets and then super sites, and then support not better than starting from scratch. So that's why we are here to try to do this. We have in our website of ARA URBANS, we have a suggestion for instruments for every advanced parameter, what the conditions should be used, more or less. But of course, the CEN and AQUILA and ACTRIS recommendations and EMEP recommendations should be followed. But this is based on the existing recommendations. And there is a list of available data sets for every parameter. For ultrafine, we have 27 sites. For black carbon, we have 50, more than 50 sites, and so on. So we can prepare a document, but this is available in the website. We will make a report and we will on the meeting, and we can provide the links to this. Thank you very much. Veronique?
Yes, hello. What I wanted to add to complete what Mark said earlier. So I'm Véronique Garcy from Air Paris. We operate the Paris supersite in France. And as Mark said, our fundings come mainly from the French ministry. We also have additional fundings from the local authorities. For example, we perform UFP sizing measurements, and the funding comes from the local authority, the region. And what I wanted to say is that we we have almost every, we measure almost every parameters which are in the project of the directive. But what is difficult is to find time to analyze the data, because these are very specific components, and it often needs to have specific skills which are more research skills. So we have the chance to collaborate with a lot of research laboratories, and they help us a lot, but it's very difficult to find the resources and the time to perform this work. So I think it is a very important question to measure these parameters. It's very interesting, but what do we want to do with the data, and how can we be able to do this type of work when we already have a mission, a regulatory mission to for the other pollutants? So I think it's the question of what we want to do with the data and what is the question is very important. And this is why the URBANS project is very interesting for us, because it will help us to have more skills, especially for PMF analysis, for example. But this is a real question. Even if we have the means to measure, we also have to be able to use the data.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. We will discuss this also in detail in the next session, when we will discuss about the added value that we may have from that. Jutta?
Yeah, I would like to come back to what Mihaela said from Italy. I mean, the recommendations on instruments, that is very helpful. And but I think that was something we discussed also at the AQUILA meeting last November, was really that we need figures. I mean, because we come here with like the costs also to operate. How many hours do you need? I mean, it's not about, if you have an instrument, you can go do a research and give prices. But this is exactly what the networks need, because in the end, we will go to our authorities and say, well, I need now 3 additional ultrafine particle measurements, and I need this many people. And they say, well, others doing it already. Why do you need 2 people running this instrument and this much? So there are immense costs, and I think it would be good to have a platform. I know this will always, talking about money is always difficult, but this will be extremely helpful for the networks so saying, let's say for 3 ultrafine particle measurements, you need at least 1 person to run it. You need this much, you need this much. And I know nobody wants to talk about that, but this is something we would need in the end. And it might be also helpful if ACTRIS, for example, would say, well, what are the costs there? In the beginning, we need a lot more to install it and to get the expertise to run the instruments. This is something in the beginning, but what do we do what do we need in the long run, and to have data we can rely on and tell our politicians this is it? Because this would help.
Okay, Jutta, thank you very much. But don't you think also that, for example, in Spain, we have 3 urban super sites, one in Madrid, one in Granada, and the other in Barcelona, and there are more, and all the measurements are performed. So a collaboration, for example, with the Ministry of the Environment or the local regions that support developing of that and not starting from zero, will also be a possibility.
Yeah, okay. Yes, but like I said, it will be really helpful for us to have figures. We have some super sites in Germany as well, and they have like mixed funding. Sometimes we are working together with research institutes, sometimes we get money from the ministry. Yeah. But like I said, we need a long-lasting financing of all that. And if there is a new directive, people have to be aware of the real costs. Yeah. And only if we have those figures, we have a chance to get the money.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Amiu?
Yeah, hello from Zurich. Actually, I wanted to also support, definitely we need the numbers, at least as full-time equivalents, not really the money itself, since it differs depending on the city or the country. But we definitely need to know how much workforce is needed to run it. And there I would like to support Veronique to analyze the data, because it's no help to just run the instrument and store the data on a hard drive. And then there's no time to build up the skills and capacity to do proper analysis. So if there was a chance for something like a standard Python routine that could be shared, that would always take the data of a TSI, whatever CPC, and would, deliver some meaningful data easily. I think that would be very, very helpful for implementing these things into existing measurement networks, because the people who are running the networks not necessarily have these academic skills of writing codes and doing proper data analysis. And to at least give a first insight into the data, it would be really helpful to have some kind of basic code that could be shared.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from the air quality monitoring networks? Christian?
Yes, I'm here.
You are a very experienced person in implementing EU legislations. What is your point of view, please, if you are so kind? If you like.
Yeah, I mean, this is so in Austria, the supersites, the discussion about supersites and the cost is still ongoing, so not much to be said about that. I mean, the financing of our network is done by the ministry, and also I think even though our normal network is operated by so our regional background network is operated by the Environment Agency Austria, but the local networks, the networks of the federal provinces are operated by the federal provinces. But I think the supersites will have to be kind of effort, or has to be paid by the ministry, as it is a national obligation. So the federal provinces will most probably will not be willing to take over those costs. But besides that there are the discussions are still ongoing, and we are aware of the costs and we are aware of the efforts. I can't say as much, but and I agree that it has to be clear what the data will be used for. So I think that should be made much clearer, especially, for example, we asked that for the VOCs, because there's a long list of VOCs, and for us it's not clear what are the priority parameters, what are the parameters that are the most important ones for ozone modeling on a regional level, and questions like that. So this would indeed be very helpful for us to argue, so to put forward these arguments and to highlight the importance, because overall we certainly very much welcome the idea of having these supersites and a harmonized European network of well equipped stations, but I completely agree that the advantages have to be highlighted a little bit more by the Commission. I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, thank you very much, Christian. What I see is that some countries may support, because as we said, there is France, Germany, there is UK with experience in having this, and ready to invest on what they have been done by maybe changing some and adding some instruments. But in some of the stakeholders meetings that we have, not all the countries are ready to do that, because simply the Ministry of the Environment has not enough financial support to do that, or they don't believe it is interesting. So I still think that the combination of networks, of air quality monitoring networks, creating a super site, building up from scratch, but also the existing ones, to support them and to integrate, and of course meeting all the requirements from AQUILA and from EMEP and from ACTRIS. If they are not already in ACTRIS, that probably they are. This will be not as a high effort than starting from zero. Paolo?
Yeah, just perhaps I can clarify the way the ACTRIS national facilities are selected or are proposed. It is really from the country, so it's a country strategy. Each country has the possibility to propose the different national facilities. The facilities can be, in a way, more located where they want. There was not a necessity or any recommendation for the country to integrate national facilities that would be located at remote sites. It is more historical because of the fact that ACTRIS came also from an activity which was very strongly connected to GO and EMEP. So they were the sites were mostly remote sites at the beginning, but nothing prevents a country to propose a urban site in ACTRIS. It is really left to what they want to develop, what they want to commit to at research level. And in fact, we do have a number of urban site or urban background site in the network. Then, when a country is proposing a new site, obviously there is a change in the membership fee that the country will be paying, because if the site is running some specific instruments, then it will use the services of a specific topical center, and this has to be paid in a way. Obviously, the way ACTRIS membership is organized is that you'll not pay the full cost of an additional site in the network. There is a complex way to do the calculation of the membership fee, but this is the way things are organized. So now we have a list of national facilities. This list of national facilities, they may evolve in the future with the needs from the different countries. And so I expect that in the next framework that we will have from 2026 to 2031, we are working on 5-year plans. I expect that the countries will propose new facilities, and I expect that among those facilities that are proposed by the countries, we will have a higher percentage of urban sites. So this is the situation with respect to the sites and the way they are selected in ACTRIS, just for those who didn't know.
Yeah, but Paolo, for example, there was a member, one ACTRIS member, that she was doing the analysis that is required, and is already in ACTRIS. What I was suggesting also is that maybe the member states may take, for example, in this case of this country, this site as a super site, because it's already in ACTRIS, it's already urban, it is already equipped. Yeah. So this is an option. Okay, of course, other stations can be added, but there are already urban sites that can be supported at national scale.
Obviously, I think the ideal situation would be where some standard measurements, and the standard measurements may evolve, where some standard measurements are done side by side by those who are not standard yet. And there are developments that can be, with time, transferred from research to more operation linked to air quality monitoring networks. So ideally, in fact, when there is a synergy between the research institutions working somewhere and the air quality monitoring networks that are operating at the same place, it is certainly very good. But we have to be careful not to mix responsibilities. Obviously, at local level, any possibility exists, but generally, I think it's important to make sure that the responsibilities of each entity is really clear. So this is what I wanted to say at general level. Then on a practical basis, and I know that there are some places where things are, to some extent, the responsibility can be shared, but these are decisions taken at local or regional level, I would say.
Okay. Yeah. It has to be taken at local or regional. Yes. Okay. More comments, Jutta?
Yeah, thanks, Paolo. But as you said, I mean, we know the number of stations that are in ACTRIS at the moment, and you said before the ACTRIS protocol is a very high standard. So we need something that we can really also use in the monitoring networks, and this will not help us to solve the whole problem. I mean, the number of supersites we will need is a lot more than ACTRIS or EMEP can provide. Yeah. They can, if we, I mean, I think it's good that we've come to the point where we're all more or less in the same boat, and we will all take whatever hand we can get to solve the problem. But we really have to look at, like, we want harmonized data. So we should look at what is still possible for the monitoring network and what is the ACTRIS standard, and this can probably not be the same level. And we just have to see what we can do and what we can use from ACTRIS and EMEP, and to really help the monitoring network to solve the problem. And this is, like I said before, we have to know, well, the capacities we need would help. So everybody knows how big is, how huge is the mountain we stand for. I mean, to really help us on that, and then exchange on methods and standards. What we have to look at, what is possible and what is not possible. And for me, it's also important to know, and that's something that comes to what Veronique said, and what Amewu said, is what is the purpose of our measurements in the end? Do we need, let's say, I think somebody counted that we need around 300 supersites throughout Europe, and now we have, or 300 was just the background, I don't remember. But do we need that many stations with really these high quality data? I mean, what do we do with the data? Do we need, for example, I was like looking at the total volatile mercury. I don't think we need to measure that at urban background stations. Do we really need PM source apportionment at all these stations. So that's what was said in the beginning from Mark. I mean, what is mandatory and what is recommended, and then really have a concept for Europe on what we need to have to improve our picture on those new pollutants, but also make it feasible for the monitoring networks to really get there. I mean, find a way to get them there. So yeah, it's a big task, and I think it's good that we're here and we're all in it.
Thank you, Judith. It is very good comment. Martin?
Yes, I just wanted, maybe I raised my hand too fast because Jutta already said some of the things I wanted to raise. I think it's indeed very important. I think ACTRIS can give a lot of expertise on these monitoring, how to monitoring these pollutants. At the same point, it's that maybe some of the why we measure in urban environments, maybe it does not require all the exact detailed or low PPT level measurements, and I think their ACTRIS can also play a role, and I think already RI Urbans can play a role there, or did already, by seeing, okay, what is really needed for this urban environment, and maybe you might maybe you might have another instrument that is also feasible for this urban environment, which costs less, or which has less need for maintenance. So there, I think maybe ACTRIS can play a role in collocating different instruments and looking what is needed in addition what they already did. And I think the communication between air quality monitoring networks and ACTRIS community is very important, and maybe going in technical discussions on what is feasible and so on. So I think I really like the picture of Jutta in what's needed for research, what's needed for these super sites or air quality monitoring stations. So yeah, just something I wanted to comment on.
Thank you very much. Yeah, but I agree, because there are pollutants parameters that we did not comment, but the position of mercury 2, mercury speciation, the position of metals, the position of PAHs in the urban environment. I don't know what can be the purpose other than scientific, but and in the regional background, EMEP is already doing that, I think. So we were focusing only on these parameters that we all believe. We have only 4 minutes well, no, we have still some time, but yes, there is one comment, hand raised. Bernal?
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
We can
okay.
hear you
Sorry.
now.
Yes. Sorry. I had to. I don't know. I have like too many microphones and speakers. I don't know. Anyways, I'm Lucia Bernal. For those that you don't know me, I'm working in the cleaner unit. I'm following specifically the AQUILA network with other colleagues following other networks and different parts of the proposal. So I'm here following your discussions. Thank you very much to the URBANS team and all the networks for organizing this really interesting knowledge point and also coordination point, no? Because we really think that coordination between all the existing networks is crucial for the successful implementation of the proposals once it's adopted. There were several claims made to the proposal, so that's why I thought I would just jump in. But I just want to say that this is, I mean, we are here as, let's say, listening mode from the Commission to get your views. I'm just reacting now, but this is really this workshop or seminar is mainly for you to discuss on the technical aspects of the proposal and us to gather your views for also later on implementing the directive once adopted in the best possible way. So, I mean, there were some issues raised on what we will do with the data that we have for all these pollutants. We have suggested to be monitored. As Javier, thank you very much. You indicated that indeed the WHO recommended that further monitoring is undertaken. And we thought it was crucial at the moment to include these new requirements on supersites to increase knowledge at a uniform level at the EU, to then in the future also be able to see if there's a need for further standards on these additional pollutants. I guess I haven't been following this topic for so long because even I was not born, but I'm sure the discussions about cost and what we will do with the data have been there for a long time, since the 80s or the 90s, and we have just now realized how important it has been to measure. So it's a bit unfortunate if we leave the discussion on cost to then result in lowering the ambition of the proposal. I really hope that will not be the case, and especially if it comes from the scientific community. I understand the funding is important, but I think that the discussion should focus more on the technical aspects of measuring these pollutants and how would be the best way to coordinate among the system. As Javier also mentioned, we included this provision that the monitoring shall be coordinated with monitoring strategy and measurement programs already existing under EMEP and ACTRIS, and indeed, so that we don't start from scratch and the resources can be best used. So this is why also the objective of this meeting today, and that provision in the directive. Well, as you know, discussions are ongoing at the moment at the Council and the Parliament, and we had very also fruitful discussions on Article 10 and the pollutants. So there might be changes there coming from the member states, on which I'm sure you are already contributing to. So let's see, but we really hope that the ambition level will not decrease because of funding. As you know, well, we have also heard how this is funded in several places by national funding or local, and of course EU funds will be there available for air quality and the monitoring network, and this has already, EU funds have already been used in the past for monitoring networks. Once the obligation is there and it's adopted, even more grounds to be financing these new measuring and monitoring supersites, monitoring stations. And just to end, I mean, there was some remarks made about up-to-date information for ammonia. I am not aware that we are requesting this in the proposal. So there's Annex 9 on public information, and then we request up-to-date information for the let's say the standard pollutants. So I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I am not aware that we are requesting this. And I must say that in the Council, many of the arguments that were given to not be measuring new pollutants were made on the basis that there's no reference methods for measuring those. So quite a more, let's say, technical argument than the funding one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucia. Thank you very much for coming here and for your information. Yes, the reason why we are here is, as we said in the first comment, that we like very much, at least in RI URBANS, the ACTRIS, the option that the Commission has taken in including the supersites and these measurements, especially guided by WHO, and the permanent discussion if we should measure ultrafine particles or not, because it has or not has air quality, health effects. So, but our impression when we discuss with with the stakeholders from the administrations, national, local, regional, it seems that there is a limitation of economy, the support. That's why we were raising this, okay? Because they say, who will pay for that? And commissions, comments from very important countries say you should put, for example, the ACTRIS and the EMEP role at the beginning of the article, then it is clear that they will run that. So some countries are expecting for these supranational networks to run the supersite, which as Paolo said, it is not the case. So the added value and the methods will be discussed in the next sessions. Okay, what are the suggestions? In RI Urbans, we have made a report for ultrafine, for black carbon, for chemistry. We will do for source apportionment. We are doing a report on explaining what are the minimum components, elements and organic compounds that should be measured for a good source apportionment. For OP, we are doing that. Gael is doing an exercise with a lot of laboratories. So, but in any case, I have been in the reading of the Directive 1990-30, the first daughter directive, and the reference instruments were defined later on. And in the 2008, in some cases, also defined later on. So at least we need to inform, but what are the most appropriate instrument, but later on, CEN, AQUILA, ACTRIS, EMEP, they should help to develop these reference instruments. So before we make the break, if Gael is there, because we did a lot of comments to the oxidative potential,
yes.
And in some cases it was stated that it was more research than air quality monitoring. She is one of the
Xavier.
main experts.
Xavier, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm here. I was not there at the beginning because I had another meeting.
No, we informed that that you are doing an exercise, an intercomparison, and it was suggested that the oxidative potential is more an issue, a parameter to be run for research than for air quality monitoring.
Okay.
So if you can please tell us what is your opinion.
Okay.
Not on the use, because later on we will talk of the added value.
Okay, so we have run in the framework of URBANS, we have run the first intercomparison with 19 labs over the world, and we will give the result tomorrow. Xavier, if you want to come to the task, to the meeting, you are of course invited. It shows that it may be more confidential than other parameter, because this field of research starting in in the early of the 2005. But what we have seen, and my opinion is that the green light is maybe green enough to see that it's a very promising health indicator, and the association with health, especially with respiratory health, is very promising, even if it's true that there is no standard operation system at the moment, because of course the field of research is still not under construction. I wouldn't say that, but it's still maturing. So, but I see also a lot of energy from this scientific community to now to help. We are in France. We are working with many monitoring network. it's the same over. I see the same light in many countries, and so we will talk about after about the added value, but I don't think. I think it's an opportunity not to lose, to have this knowledge, not to lose. For example, we know that our all the epidemiology lose maybe it took 50 years to have all these dose response for PM and mortality being established. If we take the opportunity to have all these new parameters added at the same time in Europe, we will save maybe 20 years to have all of this done and to get the same kind of dose response, and they are more than needed, I guess. I don't know if it answers your question.
Yeah. Thank you, Gael. But there are usually, but there are other options. One option is shall measure, the other should measure, and the other is excluding from the article. If it's should measure, it is not mandatory, but we can promote the use of a uniform method. While if it's excluded, then everybody will use their own. So
of course, if it's excluded, it will be very difficult to
harmonize.
To harmonize. It's already. We have just started to propose it, to do that within the ACTRIS framework. And we see that I wouldn't say that there are as many recipes as the groups are doing it, but it's a very, at some point, it's a matter of philosophy. How do you run it? So if it's excluded, it will take longer. So, and if you have the same, if you give the same weight for the 4 added parameter, we will have to go a line, and it will not a question anymore. So I would be in favor not to lose it, not to lose this opportunity for this reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So if you agree, we make a short coffee break, and then the next topic, we'll try to keep it in 40 minutes instead of 1 hour, okay? Hello, so let's discuss around 40 minutes for a very important and crucial issue, which is the added value, because this sometimes is many member states exposed that they don't see the added value of having these intensive measurements, but it was raised several times that for the ultrafine particles there is no doubt at all, because it is, and the black carbon, it is the WHO that in the guidelines from September 2021 suggested measuring in a harmonized way ultrafine particles, particle size distributions, and black carbon to evaluate if there are associated effects, because the WHO guideline concluded that the results are not consistent. And there is a white paper for the policy on ultrafine particles stating that one of the reasons may be the lack of harmonization in the measurements. Okay. So for these two pollutants, it's going without saying that we should include in the air quality guidelines for further steps, selecting a limit value or maybe rejecting if there is not a consistency on the health effects. Okay. In addition, what we are doing in RI Urbans is not only to have the method for measuring that. We are following what CEN and ACTRIS and EMEP is recommending, nothing else. But we are also supplying this tool. For example, this is the case of Barcelona, the particle size distribution, and then we do the source apportionment without chemistry. We do this, we will supply this tool. And then we know the regional background, the local photochemical nucleation, the long distance transport, the gasoline contribution, the diesel contribution, and the mixed traffic. Okay. And then for every of these 6 factors, we calculate, and you see that for the diesel, we have the highest black carbon and the highest NO2, which is supporting that. Okay. And then we have the size distribution, the time distribution, and the source contribution. So we can see what are the sources that are contributing by doing the particle size distribution. Okay. Also for ammonia, it's going without saying that is very relevant. And we have measurements in EMEP for the regional background, but not in the urban background, and not many, I will say. Only Milano and other few cities in Europe have this. But if you see, this is Barcelona, the sulfate from 1999. These are results from RI Urbans also. And you can see how decreased, how nitrate decreased, how ammonia decreased. But in the urban background, we have a 9% per year increase. And in the regional background, the trend is flat. Okay. This is from 2011 to 2021 in Barcelona. And we attributed this to the new Euro 6 that are having the selective catalytic reduction. And they use ammonia, the AdBlue, and then there is then ammonia slip. But we don't know, we are not sure if this is only the case of Barcelona. We have tried to look for other cities, and it's very difficult. And this for policy is very relevant. And we also detected that the amount of ammonium nitrate is much higher in Barcelona than in Montseny, in the regional background. So ammonium nitrate is not completely regional, but it is formed at urban scale also. So we tried to see this in Milano, but in Milano the levels of ammonia at regional levels are so high that it's not possible to see this trend. The urban ammonia is very low compared with the regional one. So all this type of information has a very clear added value, because we need to decrease the gaseous pollutants to abate PM2.5, because the source apportionment is showing that in Europe, 70% of the PM2.5 urban concentrations are secondary in origin. So for other pollutants, Gael, you can tell us, please, what is the the added value of the oxidative potential, if you are there.
Yes, I'm there, Xavier, but I didn't prepare any.
No, you
okay.
don't need this.
Okay, so for the oxidative potential, the added value is towards human health, for sure. The link, there is an increasing link showing association between human health and biomarker for inflammation linked to respiratory disease, but also now epidemiological evidence increase. We have been reviewing more than 20 studies about the link between oxidative potential and cardiorespiratory disease, between asthma, between the low birth weight and all the pregnancy exposure. So this is something that is which is being documented, but there are several studies showing that the association between OP is more important than the one that have been seen before with the PM 2.5. I would, to be totally honest, not all the EP studies show the same result, because there is discrepancies between the methodologies used, and this is why we need to harmonize this before to go further. But at the moment, it's still that this what have been said among the RI urban consortium, that the epidemiological evidence are green enough to be worth to pursue all this research and to go for a monitoring which is everywhere in Europe. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Gael, Hubert?
Yes, hello. I'm from the French Air Quality Bureau. I'm not in charge of negotiations, so this is not an official French position, but I would like to add that for us, at least for me, oxidative potential is the only true novelty in this proposal. We have new substances, that's good, but this is another kind of indicator. From one point of view, it's interesting that it would be included in the final version of the revised directive, because it would help us, if it were it only for a non-mandatory position. Again, I'm not negotiating on that point. It would enable us to make experiments, which is to say, well, okay, we're going to, for instance, make some alert given a value of that data, which would be much more difficult to be accepted if it were not to be included in the revised directive. So it's an interesting, for reasons Gail just said, it's an interesting novelty which we believe is important, and for which the inclusion of the directive would be a technical help to make our job, to let us do our job, which is preserve the air quality for the population, and we hope it will be in the final directive. Thank you.
So I understand that you are supporting OP.
Yes, we well, at least from I'm not negotiating again, but we believe it's an interesting thing to have in the final draft. However, well, we'll see what negotiations will lead to, but it will be a help for our work. Yes.
Yeah, that's what we believe that. Thank you for your contribution. We believe the same. In fact, Gael do not have this, but they did this work, okay, And then you can see that the PM10 mass here is dominated in Northern and Central Europe by secondary inorganic aerosols.
We cannot see your screen, Xavier.
Ah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, 1, 2.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can see that in North and Central, it's sulfate, nitrate, and ammonia that dominate PM10. And in the Southern Europe is mineral matter. This is for the mass, okay? But when we go for the oxidative potential using DTT, we have the secondary organic aerosols, and in some areas, the vehicular wear, so the brake pads and tire abrasion. So this is supporting very much keeping PM10 as an standard, because this is mostly in PM10. And it's what Gael was saying, that using different antioxidants, then the results may differ, but they will try to solve that. The important question, I think, is that we need to at least if this OP, it is not mandatory, it should be like suggested, like should include measurements of OP, because this will help to the harmonization if this is extracted from the, is not mandatory, but at least it should be indicated or recommended. What about the other pollutants? Jutta?
Well, I was going to say something to the oxidative potential as well. I'm really for keeping it in the, as you said, in the directive, but as a should, because I mean that I can see what was said before, that it might be a good indicator, but it should be that we can choose at which side it is we need it, and so we don't need it at every side yet, unless we have more evidence. I mean, I think I would like, like I said on my research monitoring slide, there are a lot more components that will arise probably from research where you say, well, we should measure them sooner or later, and I think it's good to have this transfer. Okay, and I think it would be good to have this transfer from research to the networks and to see what are the promising components that we should, and I think we should connect a bit closer, but maybe not at every super site, so and to really see and have an overall look at the data. Where is there a hole? Where do we need more data? And really look at the overall monitoring, include the research sites and the other sites to get a full picture, but give the monitoring network some chance to start with the mandatory things, which will be a lot more anyhow, and then really go step by step further to what else is wanted and necessary.
Thank you very much, Jutta. Andre?
Yeah, I just have a quick comment. I mean, I think also think oxidative potential is very important, but we should also think about, I mean, what is driving the oxidative potential, as was shown by the graph from Javier's. I mean, it would obviously be good. I mean, metals are being measured, right? I mean, we think that, for example, brake wear and so on is very important for the oxidative potential. But the other one is the organics, right? And the separation of organics in different fractions. So, I mean, in theory, but I don't know if we are there, I mean, somehow to have something, I mean, very reliable for a lot of stations. But I think we should still try to move towards also distinguishing more the different organics, and also for the secondary organics, actually different type of secondary organics, because I think their toxicity level will be quite different. If you start off with, for example, aromatics from biomass burning, this will have a different toxicity than you have biogenic emissions from from foresters. So this will, this will have a different toxicity and so on. So if you want to understand what needs to be done or so, I mean, we need also to measure maybe or assess some of the stuff that is driving then the OP. If you then really want to go from OP measurements to actually measures, what that should be doing.
Thank you very much, Andre. That is right. Very true. And then we in our URBANS, we are using oxidative potential in two ways. The one is the one that Andre is describing. We see that sulfate has been reduced quite a lot, ammonium also, nitrate also, and mineral matter also, and then the proportion of organic matter in PM2.5 is nowadays reaching near 50% of the annual concentration. And most of this is secondary in origin. So we need the chemistry, the speciation of the organics and the VOCs to see how we can abate this secondary proportion of PM2.5, but also to see what is causing the oxidative potential, because in this paper in Nature that the team from PSI and from other research group presented is driving the oxidative potential. This is one of the main issues, not only to see what is the what are the compounds that are causing this oxidative potential of the secondary organic aerosols, but also how to abate the PM2.5 for which we need to abate the secondary organic aerosols. The other part that we think it's very promising, we will see what it happens. It's independently on the cows. In the epidemiological studies, what we do is to do the cross analysis between mortality and morbidity and the concentration of PM2.5. What we are doing is doing that with oxidative potential as an air quality parameter. And then we see how strong is the correlation of oxidative potential with mortality and all types of morbidity. So for that, we believe that for protecting the population is a very good tool. It's not covering the effect of translocation of the lungs, of the ultrafine particles, of the carcinogenity, but it's covering the part of these inflammatory processes that are occurring when exposed to air pollutants. More comments? Mark?
Yes, hello. I think that maybe something that is not clearly defined in the air quality directive, and maybe we can better define this, is the objectives of the measurements at the site. The directive is not clearly written why we do these measurements. It just say that the purpose is to have a long-term data on this site, but what is the objective associated with the measurement? The need to fix a limit value in several years after have analyzes this data to better understand the sources or the effect of the air pollutant, or better understand the formation of the pollutant, or is it to have long-term data to evaluate the efficiency of the policy? And I think if we make it clearer what is the objective of this measurement, maybe it will be easier to decide what is mandatory, what is need like optional, and I didn't hear for the moment which are the objective of this measurement and at the end.
Okay. Yeah, this, I think it was stated that many member states are arguing that they need the reference method, but many others also stated that there is a need for clarifying what is the added value, which I think is what you say, the objectives. Paolo?
Yes, to follow up on what Mark just said, I think it is really the objective of ERA-URBAN. I mean, this is to show what is the added value of working with these ACTRIS tools or developing further ACTRIS related tools. What will be the added value? And I think you showed, Javier, some of the graphs that are coming up from ERA-URBAN, from the studies that have been implemented since 2 years. And I understand from Mark that perhaps there is a need as a message to the people involved in discussion with this new directive, a document that will a bit summarize, if you have ultrafine particles as compulsory measurements, what is the kind of additional information that you will get as respect to what you have today? If you have the atmospheric chemical composition, chemical composition of the aerosol, what would be the kind of added value that you will have? I think it would be fairly easy from the ERA-URBAN, even though the project is not over yet, even though we are still waiting for additional information, especially we were discussing with the OP, there are some issues that are not yet totally defined, but I think it would be nice, if I understand well what was requested by Mark and by others, if we can make a document that is not only a list of scientific papers, but documents that would highlight or explain this added value from the research perspective and connected to air quality. I have the feeling, given the state of ERA-URBAN, that it is already possible to start doing such a document. But then this is, I mean, a question to ERA-URBAN.
Thank you, Paulo. Yes, we need for every work package, for every task in the work package 1 and 2, we have what we call it the pan-European report. For black carbon, for ultrafine particles will be a report showing what is the added value to measure that. But I understood that Mark was referring to the text of the directive. So, for example, it can be stated that black carbon and ultrafine particles are recommended by WHO to have harmonized measurements to evaluate the possible health effects and the possible inclusion in further air quality standards, while ammonia should be, urban ammonia should be to monitor how to abate secondary pollutants or things like that. I understood that, but this is a question of to be discussed in the council, and I think many member states requested for this. Thank you, Paolo. Any other comments on the added value? We have the chemistry. It's also recommended. Sometimes it is recommended OC and EC measurements at the same time that black carbon in some places, which is facilitating possibly the correction of black carbon. So, Andres, if you if you can please give a very short overview of what is the offline and online chemistry which is available for PM.
Hello. So very briefly, I don't know exactly the number of sites that are measuring online and offline. There are very few sites measuring offline chemistry as a routine, as a continuously.
In urban areas.
Yeah, in urban areas. So we have gathered data from sites in Italy, France, and Spain mainly. There are few sites very few sites or known in Northern Europe, basically in urban areas of offline chemistry. But now there is an important growing group of sites and institutes measuring chemistry in near real time, both non-refractory PM1 by using ACSM. There is a group in ACTRIS, regional background sites, but also in urban areas that are collecting this information. And also now there is a growing group measuring metals in near real time by using XRF online. So I think this information can be very useful for air quality and also for health-related studies in order to see the impact on health of the most important groups now that we identified that are, as Andres said before, the secondary organic aerosols, depending on their source, but also the non-exhaust emissions. So the combination of these two techniques can be very good. But there are it's of growing interest, so there are every time more sites in urban areas measuring this, but there are very few we compare with other parameters.
Okay, but in any case, Andres, installing an ACSM and running and operating this, when we were discussing about the terms of
it's more complex. Yes.
Yeah, this is difficult to be run by normal air quality, at least monitoring side, at least the approach of ACTRIS or the approach of DEFRA and what David Green was explaining, having the support to do that, but having a scientific team to operate that. Mark?
Yeah, I want to react about this because I think it's very important anyway that in the directive that what is defined as compulsory, mandatory, or optional is possible to the country that are running this kind of measurements, like real-time measurements about chemical composition, can still do it without to have make another instrumentation in parallel to make possible to make analyses that are required now at the Annex 7 of the directive. So I think that it's very important to be very careful to how to define this parameter and just to allow the people who make this kind of measurement to shield them and not to have a rebuilt another network in parallel is chemical composition.
Okay, so you mean that in Article 7 there is already proposing this?
Yes, it's proposing this, but the chemical composition is on the PM 2.5. That's the first kind of problematic when you do the measurement with real-time measurements, because you're working on PM1. So the chemical composition is still PM 2.5. You have to use filters, so you have to make another measurements. And also in this Annex 7, the list of the substances that are quantified, there is eight substances, and they are not all seen by this kind of real-time measurements at this moment. if we keep this list, I mean, it's no way to make measurement with ACSM. You have to change and to filter, make this measurement. So quite be a big issue for France, for example, where we run this kind of real-time measurements at several sites right now.
Okay, thank you. Very good point. So there are also issues about other measurements that we are not carrying out on deposition and on mercury and so on. So we will not discuss about that. But let me make a comment and to see your reactions here for Therese Salam, if she is here, because as a user of the data of VOCs for the Spanish air quality, for the Spanish ozone national plan, so we have a lot of difficulties in measuring the VOCs. And some comments of some regions, at least in Spain, some colleagues say that this should be also present in the supersites, because especially if you will like to compare the SOA composition, so having the VOCs will help us in addition to the ozone, okay? But my experience and the experience of the national monitoring networks is that there are not enough information to buy the required instrumentation. And then we have, for example, the case of Madrid local, the city monitoring network, that they invested a lot of money in one instrument that provides the VOCs, and they are getting only a few of them. And they are intending to buy the instrument for measuring VOCs, or the instrument, and to run it in the air quality monitoring networks, and they are not finding a convincing result. So my question to Therese is if this is possible, if you believe that this is possible to be installed in an air quality monitoring network and performing measurements to cover all the list of the current directive. By the way, we believe that it is a very good list, but the complexity is also very high.
Yeah. Hello to everyone. I don't know if you can see me because my camera is on, but I don't see I don't know if you can see me, but do you hear me well at least?
Yeah, we can listen you.
Okay, perfect. Sorry then for the problem with the camera. So thank you, Xavier. It's, I think, a hot topic because while listening to other participants, the question about the importance of this list of VOCs, we moved from around 30 VOCs to 45. So it's a huge investment for the sites, of course. We are also involved in measurement sites, so we know what are the problems mentioned already. So I take part in the working group, SAN working group 13, which was established since 2 years ago. So with the ambition to establish technical specifications for many measurement technique for VOCs. So we are starting the work with the online GC systems. So we started working and writing the technical specification. We have 5 other TS related to offline sampling with canisters, with for formaldehyde measurements as well.
which was, for example, formaldehyde was already mentioned in the Annex 10 of the Directive of 2008, but very few measurement sites within EMEP, let's say 2 or 3 sites were measuring formaldehyde. So we fully understand the challenges to measure 45 species. So for these 45 species, when we were working with the other colleagues within AQUILA working group regarding ozone precursors, which was coordinated by my colleague François Maté present here. So we mentioned this list because for many things. So we know that the list of Annex 10 was really prioritizing the non-methane hydrocarbons and total non-methane hydrocarbons and formaldehyde. So what we suggested is already to remove the total non-methane hydrocarbons, which was not measured actually in routine measurements. Formaldehyde we kept it, and what we have seen is that based on recent studies that, for example, many sources are arising in Europe. We can say in DEFRA, for example, the rise of the VCPs, volatile chemical products, where the precursors are not present in non-methane hydrocarbons only. So that's why we need oxygenated VOCs and terpenes as well, which can be tracers of the source. Let's say, just to give an example why we were suggesting this this list. And for terpenes as well, in the context of climate change, we will have many new terpenes to be emitted in different cases of stress for the plants, etc. So that's why these precursors are important, either for ozone, but also for SOA. So that's why we in a research perspective, we thought that these are important, but also for combating air pollution. So we need to know what are the sources. So if we are not measuring some of these species, we are really far from the reality, from what is really the case, because vehicular emissions are decreasing with the new laws, etc. So other sources are taking huge importance and contribution to VOCs and then to aerosols, SOA mainly. And what we suggested is not to oblige the people to measure all of these 45 sites, 45 VOCs. What we said, depending on the objective, so the user knows their sites, so they know what is the surrounding, what are the potential sources, and in that way, they can establish their measurement strategy and then deploy the measurement technique that should be deployed. So what we are doing now is that within SEN and ACTRIS, that we are working on, there are SOPs already published within ACTRIS and WMO. We already sent a link in the chat. So where the measurement technique is and the QA/QC is very well established and discussed, which will help the sites to implement the measurement. And what we know is that the same instrument, there's no one instrument that can do all of the species. So to start with this, so to be really realistic, no instrument can do all of these species. Otherwise, it will be a very complicated system with the GC, FID, MS, etc. And piloting from remote place is really difficult. So that's why we can find a compromise to do the species that are needed for this measurement site, depending on the objectives. And other techniques, offline techniques, can come and then be to complement the setup of the online technique, for instance.
So for formaldehyde, for example, either you deploy offline cartridges, the NPH, either an analyzer only for formaldehyde, which costs a good one, which costs around 60,000 euros for one compound. So we understand the huge, investment that should be done. So that's why we should be more realistic and see what can be implemented and why. So I don't know if I answer your question, Xavier, in a good way, or other questions, please don't.
But thank you, Teresa. Yes, you replied very well, but also for Francois, if he wants, Francois Martin, the issue is that when we have the air quality monitoring networks, that because for the new directive, they are succeeding in getting new budget to complement that, and they ask us, which instrument shall I buy to do the measurements? It is one possible question. Please contract a research institute able, a good reply. I mean, it's contract a research group doing measurements of VOCs with a GCMS and other instruments, and then you will receive the results. Because for an air quality monitoring network to buy a GCMS, to install it and to run it, it will require dedicated people for 1 year, at least two persons, isn't it?
It requires a lot of people involvement, and if there are problems on the site to go there. So we are, for example, I can give a concrete example that we are located in the north of France, and we are dealing with the EMEP French site. So we have implemented since 1 to 2 years ago a GCFID online at Perus-Sevier, which is in the southwest of France. So it's like 1 day travel. And for the measurements of online hourly measurements of 9 hydrocarbons and oxygenated VOCs. So it's a very interesting instrument, but I can tell you whenever it's broke down, we should be reactive, otherwise we will lose data. So and one instrument to recommend within ACTRIS, we don't recommend an instrument from this industrial company, etc. What we can do, we recommend QA/QC measures. So if you have an instrument that it can measure this list of 9 hydrocarbons and the 3 oxygenated VOCs, but based on the QA/QC measures recommended, the calibration, traceability, etc., it's very well accepted. But this should be, the quality is important, otherwise the measurement really doesn't deserve the investment. There are many development on the way for oxygenated VOCs, compacted GCs, which can be promising, but they will need some years to be commercially, I would say, available and with a good quality of measurements. But that's what I can say.
That's the we support very much the VOCs measurements. Okay, it is needed for ozone and for SOA, but we should be clear how to guide the member states if they want to implement this. Thank you very much, James, and then Lucia.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to make a comment. Well, actually, Teresa's answered some of my questions, actually, because I was thinking about, well, not questions, but some of the points I was going to make about the measurements. So we've got a similar experience in the UK where trying to add on additional OVOC measurements with a single instrument is challenging. And I completely agree that you probably need 2 instruments to achieve that. The other question is, does the current list, it's probably reasonable for formation of ozone, but in terms of which VOCs are important for formation of SOA, I'm not so sure that we cover everything that's necessary, because my understanding is that probably some of the heavier VOCs are important for that, and that's not really very well understood at the moment. And so it would be quite nice to try and achieve a better understanding about what it is exactly we should really measure in terms of formation of secondary organic aerosols, really.
Yeah. You know, I can answer maybe.
Yes.
Yeah. The intermediate volatility oxygenated compounds, for instance, they are important precursors for SOA. That's for sure what you mentioned. So we didn't really mention them, but that's true. But nevertheless, there are some instruments online that they are capable of going on to 16 atoms of carbon. So they are GCFID online that you can measure from C6 to C16. So yeah, and then yeah, we can cover the species. And from yeah, so this, I mean, this can be possible depending on the technique. Yeah, but that's right, we didn't mention them explicitly in the list. Yeah, thank you for the comment.
Yeah, in the UK, about 2 years or so ago, maybe 3 years ago, the UK Air Quality Expert Group provided DEFRA with a paper specifically on VOCs. The section on formation of SOAs, as you say, did refer to INS VOCs, and also it mentioned toluene. There's a bit of research that suggested toluene was important, but it wasn't particularly explicit in which VOCs in particular. So I think that's pretty much the same as what our understanding is at present in the UK. The other thing, whilst I'm talking, I would just mention that in the UK we had some NERC-funded monitoring stations. There were 3 of those, and they were all urban monitoring stations. There's one in London, there's one in Manchester, and there's one in Birmingham. And I think there was an investment in about 4 million UK pounds, and that would include, I believe, the capital cost of implementing these supersites. So I know that they measure VOCs and OVOCs at those stations. I'm not sure exactly what other measurements are made at those stations, but I understand that the funding for the measurements themselves is coming to an end shortly. Now, given that capital investment has already been made, it seems a shame to waste it going forward. So I had raised that with the Environment Agency to see if it was possible that we could adopt some of those measurements and bring them in to the national monitoring networks. So in addition to the Marylebone Road station that Dave Green was referring to earlier, we also have the London Eltham station, which measures the ozone precursors from Annex 10 of the existing Air Quality Directive. And then potentially we have these other 3. So I just wanted to make that point that there are several urban stations in the UK that potentially could participate. But what Paolo was talking about earlier in terms of, you know, what the additional cost would be for those stations, I would have to understand that, and obviously I'd have to discuss with the Environment Agency about you know, participating in that with those additional stations. So it'd be interesting to know how much that would be, because of course I would have to go back to them with details of that. I think I saw Pete Bloxham on the call as well, so he's from the EA, so he might want to make comment on that. But there are, as I say, there are some options in the UK for this which might be useful. So I hope you are aware of that, but if not, yeah, there are a few, and it looks like Dave's put his hand up as well to make some comment on that as well.
Okay, thank you, James. Very quickly, David, if you are continuing with that, and then Lucia, and we'll go for lunch.
Yeah, I can come back on that ever so quickly. This is part of one of the problems with the mixed funding model. You get some some funding and then it runs out, and it's very difficult to secure long-term funding for ongoing measurements from research councils. We have tried to get ongoing facilities funding, but been unsuccessful. So we are currently asking DEFRA and EA for continued funding for those instruments. So we have a request in with them to continue those.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, David. Lucia?
Yes, I just very quickly, I just wanted to clarify, because I don't know if I misunderstood or, but we are not requiring that all the list in Annex 7 is measured. Those is just a list of VOCs that are recommended. And this comes because we received the claim that the current list is outdated. So there was a need to update the list. AQUILA did a thorough job of suggesting this list, which we mainly took as untouched. And the annex also mentions that it is for the networks or the corresponding authority to define the objective, and then depending on the objective of the measurement of the VOCs, then that would determine the selection of those that have to be measured. And for the citing, it would be under Annex 9, Article 9.4, where it says that one or more sampling points adapted to this monitoring objective, specified according to Annex 7, shall be installed. So it's, let's say, it's quite open for the networks and the competent authorities to define which is the objective and which are the measures. Just to clarify, in case there was some misunderstanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we are supporting a lot this list, very much, and I think we think it's very well selected, and the issue is that it will be also very nice, not mandatory, no changes at all in the directive, but if one supersite may include it, it will support other measurements a lot. That's what we were discussing about the methods that are quite complex, but for a very needed purpose.
Maybe I can also refer to, there's some member states indicating that maybe a list of some minimum could be identified. Just
okay. No, but for us we are doing the Spanish national ozone plan, and this is what we need. So the list was very good. And for SOA, as James said, according to the paper of Dick Derwin in 2020, the SOA mostly are PAHs that are contributing. There are others. So we have this list of 112 compounds that can be used in addition. Okay, so if you agree, we can have a break. Sorry for this late lunch. And then we will continue at 2 o'clock. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for your contributions, and see you later. Because we will, if we send a report of the meeting or information or the PPTs to find the place where these are available, we will use this list of emails and names. Okay. Thank you very much. So we should continue, and now we should devote, I don't think we will need 1 hour and 45 minutes, but maybe with 1 hour will be enough for the more technical items of the document that we reported to the Commission. Paolo, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So this is in the context that Paolo has explained. It was a comment from ACTRIS and URBANS, but URBANS is ephemeral, so it's is the role that RI Urbans has. I like it very much what Paolo said, that using the ACTRIS tools and some additional tools, RI Urbans is intending to show the added value of these new metrics, okay? And then we demonstrate how this can be operated and so on. But the final goal here is to have this urban ACTRIS or ACTRIS for cities at the end, okay? So you can, if you like, I can do it, Paolo, but the first suggestions, I think it's more on your side. If you like to summarize this.
Well, so I sent this document to everyone this afternoon. I can put it again.
No, but I am sharing. Sorry, I thought I was sharing.
Okay.
I copied and paste the summary for you. Just a moment. Sorry, I was thinking that I was sharing. Okay. So what this is what I have shown at the beginning. Okay, this is the role of Urbans to have the final ACTRIS for city. Okay, and these are the suggestions that we included in the document.
Yeah, so perhaps we can go through each suggestion one by one. I don't know what you want to do.
So
the idea, just to the idea of the first suggestion is really to make sure that, and I think it was extensively discussed this morning, to make sure that we have the synergy that is put in place. And I think RI Urban is really instrumental for these synergies, making the link with the air quality monitoring networks and the research infrastructures, and making sure that tools are evolving towards something, service tools that are usable by the air quality monitoring networks. Not everything is yet in place, and there are some issues that I believe still need to be discussed among the scientific communities before being something that we can provide as a recommendation to the air quality monitoring networks, but this is really the objectives. So the first suggestion is synergies, and I think we heard also from AQUILA and from EMEP the same term. I think we need as a community to work with synergies. So I don't know, Javier, if you want to comment this first suggestion.
No, you summarized very well. So I think this we did it from ACTRIS and from RI Urbans, but I think we should think we listen the same from EMEP and AQUILA. So what we need is to, in my opinion, this synergy is very needed here, but to have the synergy, the best is to know what is the role that we can have. The role of AQUILA, I think, is very clear because they are the reference air quality national laboratory. So everything that is measured should be following their guidelines. That these guidelines can be discussed with ACTRIS or with EMEP and with everything, everybody that may have a contribution here, but it's the network of air quality monitoring networks, so they have the competence on that. So the issues that in the directive it says that ACTRIS and EMEP should have a clear main role here, but it is not so clear what is the role. I think you have defined it very well, Paolo, that in the case of ACTRIS, you said very clearly this morning that you cannot built up a network, but if the know-how is needed, ACTRIS, URBANS, and EMEP can contribute with this know-how to discuss the methods, to discuss whatever is needed for the implementation. And later on, there is the role of the data centers that EMEP and ACTRIS have been collaborating for many years ago. So there will be no problem for that. But the synergy is needed, but probably also to channelize this, the flow of information that is needed is also required.
Perhaps we can go to the second suggestion,
Yes.
which was
Yes.
which is connected. A few. I think the second suggestion is really about capitalizing from what is existing. And I will come back to some of the comments. I remember Martin's comments on the fact that perhaps some of the measurements that are, or operating procedures that are recommended by ACTRIS or by the research-oriented networks are a bit too complex. I'm not sure if that's the truth. Perhaps it is, but I think at the end of the game, capitalizing means also that we need to address the fact that, you know, the measurements from the air quality networks and from the research networks, they should be compatible, or they should be harmonized. What we don't want at the end is to have the provision of information that will not be comparable to the other. This is, I have a good example. I was last week at the CAMS General Assembly with the delivery of near real-time standard information from the air quality monitoring networks and airbase through one channel, and then the provision of information through the ACTRIS channel. And at the end, what will be extremely important is that in Copernicus kind of activities, everything can be interoperable. So it means that when I say capitalize, we have been doing some work in the research communities to develop tools, to develop methodologies, to see how the methodologies are most appropriate to the scientific issues that we need to deal with. It would be extremely important not to make something in the air quality net framework that would be opposite to what things to the recommendation that have been done in the past, especially in terms of data interoperability, in terms of comparability of information. This is something that we have to reflect upon. So this suggestion number 2 is really about that.
Any comments from the floor? Yeah, I think we need a very clearly harmonization.
Xavier, we are raising hands, Martin and I.
Okay. Sorry.
Actually, I was going to connect to something Martin said before.
Yes, Jutta. Martin. Yeah. Okay, sorry, I didn't
no worries. I mean, we can talk.
Okay.
Okay, Paulo, one question to the ACTRIS network. Martin asked the question before. I mean, do you also try alternative methods, for example, for measuring ultrafine particles? Of course, you can use the TSI instruments that most people use at the moment. But there are also other instruments, for example, the Patector that provides good data. Do you also test alternative methods that are not as expensive and as time consuming? I mean, do you also have alternatives in place, and can you share the results on these on tests like that also with the community? Because I mean, I think we all agree that we need comparable data. The question is just yeah. Does
So
it
I
have to
cannot
be?
answer, perhaps, I don't know if Ali Viten Solar is on the call still, but I cannot answer for all the different measurements. I think ideally, we work together on that. Ideally, this is where synergy is. Perhaps there are some of the measurements that we are recommending in ACTRIS that are a bit too expensive, too time demanding for data analysis. And I think the calibration, the topical centers in ACTRIS, they have the expertise of evaluating whatever kind of measurements which can be proposed. So I think it's the kind of things that we can do together. We haven't been very active to local sensors, for example, because for now we don't believe this is ideal for the ACTRIS network. But obviously, things evolve, and we can discuss with any kind of additional needs that are coming up from the discussion that we're having now. If there is a simpler way to measure one variable, and if we find a way that at the end the variables can be measured with the same in an harmonized way with what we recommend, that's fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, but the question, my question was, do you already? I mean, I'm not talking about sensors. I think the biggest problem we will all, and the most expensive measurements we are facing in the networks are definitely the ultrafine particles.
So,
because there will be a big issue on that, because it's not going to be the supersites. It's going to be a lot more measurements than that, and we see the need for that. And the question for me was, are there do you already have experience within ACTRIS on alternative measurements to that, not sensors? Because I think we all agree that this is not going to work.
So perhaps Ali, if he's in the call, can answer that, because he's the expert. Ali, are you there? You were there.
Here.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course, we have a lot of experience also with these low-cost sensors for particle number concentration, and when we put a lot of effort in the CEN technical specification, which will become a EU standard, and I think the EU standard should be followed, especially for number concentration. As is the only way to harmonize the measurement and to produce comparable data. I would not come up with. I personally would not like to come up with to open the door again for alternatives, which we know all and which are not as good as we want.
So if I understand properly, what Jutta was saying, more than TSI, because we don't recommend.
Has nothing to do with TSI. There are a couple of companies producing a similar instrument with the same quality.
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Is we should keep the coming up is an EU standard. And
yes, the CPC.
CPC standard.
Yes.
We should not have in an air quality network something different compared what is not described in a standard.
Yeah, I was only clarifying that Jutta said you are recommending the TSI, and then the recommendation is to follow the CEN.
I say only.
No, it was not a discussion on TSI. I was just mentioning that instrument because it is one synonym for the expensive measurements we can do. Okay.
I tell you, this is one of the cheapest measurements compared to other things we are talking about. An ethylometer is more expensive.
Okay. Martin?
Yeah, I just want to add what Jutta said, that to be clear, I know and I agree that harmonization is very important. So I don't want to discuss this, that the harmonization is important. But what I wanted to say is that there might be, and I also agree with Paolo that yeah, we should work together, and the things should be discussed within the different networks and expertise. And I think certainly ACTRIS has an important role there with a lot of expertise in certain topics. But I just wanted to mention, maybe they're coming or adding what Jutta said also, there can be maybe a role for ACTRIS if for some reason certain techniques cannot be used in the network, that maybe there is a role for ACTRIS to further investigate new methods that are coming and seeing and comparing and whatever that is there. So that's just something I wanted to raise, and I think it's very important what Paolo said, that working together is a very good thing. So yeah, that was just something I wanted to be sure that the harmonization is very important. Yes,
it is clearly in the terms of reference of our topical centers, whether we are talking about aerosols or reactive trace gases. It is really what they have to provide an expertise to the scientific community and beyond. So what we have there is and actually the centers, they have been doing that in the past, evaluating different techniques for the purpose of ACTRIS, but also some upon request of additional users.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, for example, I don't want to open the dose of Pandora here, but I know, for example, for some networks, it's also an issue on the ultrafines using butanol, and maybe there can also some solutions found or some investigations done within ACTRIS with the expertise that is there. So, but I don't want to go into technical discussion, but I know from that there might be some issues there also. So just working together would be very helpful, I think.
Thank you. Mark?
Yes, I will also want to react about this ultrafine particles measurements, and we strongly support here in France about harmonization between between research and operational network. But maybe the key is to try not to reach this harmonization on a too broad spectrum of parameters in the same time. I think that the good way to modulate this and to be to go step by step is to be very careful about what is mandatory to this supersite regarding what is recommended. And for example, for the ultrafine particles, size distribution, as I see in the Annex 7 of the current proposal, it's something that is mandatory on the urban site, and it's quite a big issue in terms of economics point of view here in France. And we also wonder what to do with this result of these 64 channels results, and support here in France to evaluate the UFP by the total number concentration. And I think so it's one of the example of we can adjust harmonization between what is voluntary and recommended, and then maybe as the size distribution be recommended, it can still work on the harmonization, but it will come in several years before it become mandatory, and it's better for us to make it step by step.
Okay, thank you. So if I understand, one example is that you suggest that total particle number concentration is mandatory with a reference, European reference instrument, and then particle number size distribution is recommended, suggesting the protocols. There is a CEN also recommendation also to be followed, but with the verb should instead of shall?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Then we have Jutta again.
Yeah, well, it's my first time in this whole community, and that's why I'm asking again for like I know at least in Germany, like on ultrafine particles, we had a lot of networks already working on that, and there are alternatives to whatever is in the technical specification that there is and I mean there are cheaper solutions and easier solutions, and for me the question is really, I mean, if we and where we can see that, you know, where you can work in parallel, for example, with a Partector instrument, which provides good data in a lot of networks already. And for me, it would be important that, you know, if we start discussions, if we want to use synergies and if we want to work together, I hope that we are all open-minded to look at these things, because I mean, we see the data that ACTRIS is providing here. I mean, I know that in your 6 stations that you work for 10 million euros a year, there's a lot more measured than just ultrafine particles. But it is one expensive measurement, and these are sums that no network can afford. I mean, even if you cut it to 1 million or whatever, we will have to talk about it. I mean, and we will need alternatives. So and I think it would be good if we look together at data and be open-minded and and find other alternatives, because otherwise we end up with whatever. I mean, then we install a CPC and operate it. And still don't have the SMPS measurements we need. It will be difficult. So we should really look together at solutions for that. And it's, yeah. And we will not, like I said, I mean, for example, for North Rhine-Westphalia, we will need 5 or 6 stations just for ultrafine particles. For whole Germany, that's going to be a lot too. And so I don't want to, I mean, we need the comparability, but I think there should be, I mean, my hope that ACTRIS also looks, or also EMEP looks at other ways of measuring as well. You know, look at alternative measurements, whatever it might be, because this is otherwise it will be difficult for the networks. And I would like to give that as a wish from the networks.
Okay.
It is noted. Yeah.
Noted. Okay. Let's continue for the next one, because there is one possibility is to leisure in fewer places with high quality. We will discuss later. Okay, Paolo, the third.
Yeah, so we have then 2 suggestions, that number 3 and number 4, which for number 3, I think I mentioned that clearly. ACTRIS is not, and I suppose EMEP can say the same, is not the entity that is responsible for air quality monitoring, for sure. And if we are not aiming to that, it's not what our stakeholders are expecting us to do. They're expecting really to enable research. At the same time, it is again back to the fact that when things are not compulsory, and when the conditions, the local or regional conditions allow, there is a possibility to work together on specific issues. I think we have some examples in Europe of stations that are jointly operated. It's a good example, and in ERA-IOBAN, I think we are further developing this collaboration with whenever things are ready, they are transferred to air quality networks, and when they are not yet ready to be implemented, they are kept into a research community. So the idea was that a suggestion not to consider that everything is ready now, and to give time for reaching a situation where the air quality monitoring network will be able to handle everything. So I think it was said also by several of you that there is time needed for reaching the full implementation and the full responsibilities. And I think the suggestion 3 is to say, keep in mind that there is an option of perhaps operating some instruments together, still with the research communities involved, even though they are not, they don't have the legal responsibilities that you have at the air quality monitoring networks. The suggestion 4, which is connected, is again back to a situation where we have in ACTRIS and EMEP, because then we are working together, we have the flow that are in place, data formats, and the things that the data products, the softwares that are made available. And I think this should be continued in the future. So whenever we have the capacity to provide not only an advice, but also a tool that is connected to our data chain, we will have to do that. We have the proper license to do it. So I think it is something to be considered. I don't know if Catherine or Kjetil or anyone from NILU wants to add something on that, if they are on the call. But these are the meanings of this suggestion number 3 and number 4.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Kjetil here. I can comment on the data exchange. Of course, there is different reporting to the EU directives than to EMEP and ACTRIS, but there's no reason to establish new data reporting formats. I mean, it would be very important to harmonize this with EMEP and ACTRIS.
Okay. Okay. So this is number 5.
Number 5 was said by you already, Javier. It was the fact that even though it is true that perhaps we need to take some of the results from the scientific results from RI Urban and to make it a more understandable document to really show why adding those variables is an added value to the monitoring of air quality. But the suggestion number 5 was really about maintaining this list that you have in the first draft of the directive, because we consider that it is appropriate. We also considered that the mixing height, which we actually monitor with our LiDARs, automatic or research LiDARs, the height of the mixing layer is an important component. It is not there. It is something that can be provided also most automatically now, and so we added that as a suggestion.
Good. Number 6.
Number 6, it's really, I mean, we have been working together with AQUILA and with some other stakeholders on SEN activities since, I would say, many years. And this has to be continued, especially to whenever the SEN are not in place for some variables. I think it's really important, but I understood that we all agree, and Juta's presentation was really nice this morning about that. We all agree that this is a joint action that we have to implement, and we have to address the fact that today all these measurements that are listed in the new directive, in the draft of the new directive, are not yet. We don't yet have recommended SOPs for all of them. And when we have a recommended SOP, then it's true that we have to make sure that it will work, not only in the research framework, but also for the air quality framework.
Okay.
And so number 7 is also, again, advocating for the fact that it would be a mistake to split, as we did 20 years ago or more, the strategy for air quality to the strategy for climate. And so it is true that for ACTRIS and for EMEP, the two issues are together, and we are working for providing information that are relevant for air quality and for climate. The two cannot be splitted. And I think it is important to make sure that, again, any advice that we can provide, any tool that we can provide would be beneficial also for the cities developing their own climate plans. This is what the recommendation number 7 is about.
Okay.
I don't know if you have comments on that or. Number 8, what I think we still have to define a bit better the sites, how they are defined. So that was a recommendation of a better definition. I think it was also mentioned during the presentation this morning.
Yeah, but this was mainly on the fact that if we say it, what we have regional or rural, we have already an important network with the EMEP monitoring sites. So why to add additional super sites? Or it's better, of course, to equip the EMEP sites with the additional requirements. But there was an issue that, especially because the high impact of biomass burning, there are rural environments which are highly polluted. So the highest levels of particulate matter in Spain are recorded in 3 villages, not cities, not large cities. So what is afterwards we had a discussion with some stakeholders, and they say that yes, rural sites having a lot of biomass burning villages should be monitored with regular air quality. Monitoring sites should be promoted, this monitoring, more than installing super sites there. But was this term rural can have different meanings. Okay.
Suggestion number 9 was also mentioned by you, Javier, and on the fact that perhaps the numbers that are proposed in the draft that we had was a bit too high.
Yes.
And
yes.
So that was the suggestion of reconsidering these numbers in terms of costs, perhaps, but also in terms of scientific relevance.
Yes.
We can copy also, we can think about what our colleagues in the United States have done. I think they don't have 6 super sites per city or something, or per states, they have less. And so I think this can be reconsidered, and we can also think about proposing new numbers. But at least what we provided is a first idea to divide these numbers by
half.
By 2.
Yes, we received many comments saying that the regional background sites, at least for black carbon, for ultrafine particles. So we have the EMEP already. So if we can reach level 2 or level 3 in EMEP, the existing ones will be very good. And and the values are quite homogeneous. But and many people say that it's worth to invest more in creating new ones in where the people is living. But in any case, if we look the idea of WHO of providing data, and then when you need one station according the population and according the of the country, you don't divide this by 2, you keep 1, 1, 1, 1. So if we divide this by 2, let's say 3 in Spain, 4 in France, 3 in Italy, 4 in Germany, 2, 1, 1. So if we do that, we can still have a very good study for meta-analysis for epidemiology of ultrafine particles, of black carbon, of source contribution, of everything. It's what it is required. It is not for compliance that we should check the ultrafine particles or the particle size distribution. So, and this is still keeping the climate, the climatology, the variability of the climate and the design of the cities, the urban patterns, and so on. And this will reduce the costs, and in addition will allow a better measurement. Okay, that was our suggestion. Is there any comment from the audience? Jutta?
Well, of course, I have to comment on that because that's very interesting. I mean, you're saying from a scientific point of view, we would not need that many supersites. That's what you're saying, basically, right? From a scientific point of view, it might be good to add some in urban background areas, but not as many as suggested at this moment, right?
Yeah, but it is not. It is our opinion, not the opinion of the science. Okay, because what if you see that the WHO is asking for having the right information to evaluate the health effects of a number of advanced pollutants, and what they do is to have long-term analysis, to do the epidemiological analysis of, for example, 4 cities in Germany, 4 in France, and individually, and later on doing the meta-analysis. And then they can check if this is consistent everywhere or only in some places. That was what we thought it was enough.
Okay, but you did that on the data you analyzed so far, right? On the data you analyzed as a scientific community with RI Urban.
No, we are doing that, okay? But what WHO was stating is, and this white paper for policy, it was stating that this with the existing data is very difficult because the measurements are not harmonized. Okay, and maybe partially the inconsistencies may be attributed to this. Okay, but what I understand the directive is proposing is, okay, now we should measure long-time series of ultrafine particles in an harmonized methods, and then covering the whole urban European climates and urban designs, and see if in the next years we can say that ultrafine should be regulated in their quality or not.
Right, but wouldn't it then be, I mean, like we saw before, I'm saying, as I said before, ultrafine particles will be, like, from the cost perspective, be the heaviest burdens on the monitoring networks. If we want to do it exactly to the technical specification that is right now there. And then, but like with what you're presenting here at the moment, it might be a good step forward to say, well, rather have harmonized monitoring and do it in less locations than having a whole bunch, which we all can't afford, and then have other technology. I mean, we're in the technical part now. I mean, we're trying to find solutions, and then if we see it's still not enough, we need more ultrafine particle measurements. We can still stock up on that. You know, I mean, really come to something practical. I mean, what can we do? We all know that WHO is recommending more ultrafine particle measurements, and I think that's, at least in Germany, that is already in the networks, and a lot of people have started measuring. But since it's so cost intensely and also so personal intensely to measure ultrafine particles, that's why we're all looking for alternatives.
Yeah, but Jutta, I think in Europe, we were very lucky to have this European policy that allowed to reduce PM by 50% since the year 2005, more or less. And then this was mostly because we reduced SO2, we reduced NOx, we reduced primary emissions. And now the evaluation of their quality requires more sophisticated approaches.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
And then, yes, we know if even the detection limit and the precision and accuracy that we require is much more complex, that will be more costly. But it was already predicted by Professor Wichmann from Germany in a report from the year 2000 in the Health Effects Institute, a report called Health Effects of Ultrafine Particles. He was very clever, saying in the future, as PM will decrease, ultrafine particles will increase, because the condensation sink will decrease, and then the nucleation will increase. So this is a new challenge that we have to monitor.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm just picking up your suggestion number 8, which states the supersites, the review of the directive could be reduced by half. That is your opinion. That's what I thought. I just wanted to know what. Yes, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. So, you know, wouldn't it be wise in a first step to start with half the supersites with and then increase them in case we see that we need more? I mean, just to get a step into where we want to go.
Can I add something to that? I think yeah, this proposal to reduce by half, I mean, perhaps it should be backed by more of a scientific approach. It seems a bit, the numbers seems a bit too high to us when we analyze first the draft. For the climate monitoring, we have a review process, which so climate monitoring is made with the global climate observing system. And there we analyze what is the most suited network design based on scientific basis. So we know how many stations are required to provide modeling with sufficient information. So I think in this case it is it has perhaps this suggestion number 9 should be better explained to see what would be the added value of more station as respect to what we can do with half of them. It is a network design approach. It is also considering the fact that some of the modeling can be developed to in places where measurements are not available, and that the models are becoming more and more reliable. And so it is really something that we still have to work on to come up with a suggestion that is perhaps more precise than divided by 2. But it is really the impression that it's a bit too high in terms of scientific added value, and then in terms, obviously, of costs. Yeah, but this is, in a way, the problems of another problem. It's not the problems of the scientific community so far. Yeah.
Mark, please.
Yes, thank you. I have a question about this Article 10 on monitoring supersite. I just wonder how the Commission come up with this ratio about one supersite per 10 million inhabitants. Has it written in paragraph 1? There is more, and when I hear you talking and you say yes, maybe it could be the half. I mean, there have been some discussion between ACTRIS and the Commission, the writing of this proposal, and how do we get to this figure, this ratio about 1 for 10 millions? That could be the half now.
No, we didn't have any discussion about that, so we are not aware of the ratio. But dividing by half was taking a few countries and saying, okay, if we put one, for example, in Milano or in Bologna, one in Rome and the other in Bari or in Sicilia, we are covering most of the climate variation in urban Italy. Okay, so with 3 will be enough. With 3 in Spain, more or less the same. With 4, so that's what our approach. Okay, and at the same time to have enough data sets for allowing a good meta-analysis for the epidemiological. This was the reason why I decided by dividing by 2. But as said by Paolo, maybe it requires an additional approach. But I am not intending to make it complex. But do you know the second reason why WHO, based on the white paper for policymakers on ultrafine particles, the second reason that the epidemiologists and the exposure experts were reporting for the lack of consistency with ultrafine particles and mortality was that one station is not enough to represent one city, because the variability of ultrafine particles is similar to the one of the NO2. So close to the traffic, you can get 20,000. And if you go to the urban background, you can take 6,000. So to evaluate the health effects of ultrafine particles requires additional tasks than the supersites, okay? So the number is a complex one. So I will look more for an equilibrium with the costs that Europe can afford to install that, and the minimum data coverage and spatial coverage. Any other comment? Johanna?
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Johanna Lindner. I'm working in DG ENV as Lucia, and there was just a question raised about the number of supersites and how the ratio was set of the per 10 million inhabitants for the urban and rural monitoring supersites. And firstly, this number was as well already discussed in the public consultation we did. So there we had, for example, the targeted stakeholder survey, which was distributed to all air quality experts in the member states. And this number was confirmed in this targeted survey to be adequate and to be meaningful, to retrieve this information that we need, but also taking into account the administrative burden that comes with it, because for sure we've seen that asking for, let's say, a lower number for per 5 million inhabitants supersite, it would have been more causing more administrative burden. So in total, we have looked at costs as well, and this is also confirmed in a service request that we have did in additionally. It's called SR15, which was also published on the same date or like in the same link. That's the proposal, so you can find it there when you search for the proposal. And also maybe to look at the numbers of supersites that we have calculated on the requirements we have set. In total, we would have less than 100 supersites in all EU member states, because I heard a number before that was a bit higher. So 95 in total, 48 urban supersites and 47 rural supersites overall. I think that's from my side. Thanks.
Thank you, Johanna. Thank you for your comments and for being here. Thank you very much.
So in ACTRIS, we do have the experience with running supersites. Again, I think the term supersites can be defined different ways in different, whether you're talking in ACTRIS or in some other, within some other framework. But in ACTRIS, we have our supersites, so they are fully instrumented with different categories of measurements, and it is true that the cost of operating supersites, besides the instruments, is really high for the human resources. So we have this kind of information, obviously, because the countries that are investing in ACTRIS, they do need this information before they considered joining the research infrastructure. It's one supersite, again, it depends on the definition. If one supersite is having all the measurements that are listed in the draft, or if it's only a partial set of measurements that are measured at supersite, that makes a big difference. We need perhaps to agree on what the meaning of supersite and the definition of a supersite is at the end.
Anja?
Hi, Anja Tremper, Imperial College London. I don't know, it might be a silly question, but if these supersites are mainly driven by the number of people who live in the city and also for further epidemiological studies, is it actually guaranteed that we have the epidemiological data available at the same time? So, I mean, would that not also be a prerequisite to define the locations of the supersites if we have the epidemiology available to do the analysis?
Yeah, this is a good question. Okay, that's because if the study of Atkinson in London using the data from North Kensington find a relationship with mortality for a specific ultrafine, so this supersite is very, very important to be equipped and to be considered. So that's what we think from the existing data, at least from the existing data. We need to evaluate that, and if we find some relationship with mortality and morbidity with existing data, it means that this supersite is well located for the purposes. But for the others, that the new supersites, your question is very good, and this is, I think, the air quality monitoring networks. This question about representativity, they take also into account. I don't know it will be enough for the epidemiology or not.
No, but sorry to interrupt you, but it's not just the representativity, but is the epidemiological data available in every city? I mean, if we put statuses in cities where we do not have the epidemiological data or we do not have access to the data, then we cannot do it. Is it a prerequisite that we can, or is it a given that we can get the epidemiological data everywhere we want to? I don't know. I'm not an epidemiologist, so I don't know what the access issues are and if it's available everywhere, but should we not concentrate on having it in places as well where the epidemiological data comprehensive and available for long-term in
Okay.
the long term.
Yes, sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, at least in RI urbans, where we are asking for the epidemiology, this is the morbidity and mortality data divided in cardiovascular, respiratory, natural mortality, cerebrovascular, things like that. So we have not any problem in getting this data in the cities that we had included in RI urbans. I think this data is kept by every country, not by the city. This is the national health authorities. In some places, this is free. In some countries, you have to pay, and in some others, the data has to be analyzed by national epidemiology centers. Okay.
Okay.
But I think for at least for 90% of the cities, the data is available.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Thank you.
But it's also a good place. What it is clear is that to do the epidemiological study, you need statistics. And for example, in Barcelona, that we have 1.7 million inhabitants, we need at least 3, 4, 5 years of data. If we go to Paris or to London, that are very big cities, then with fewer years of measurements, you can find the statistics enough to do the study. So what it is clear is urban background should be urban background of relatively large cities. Okay, then we go to number 10, if there are not more questions on this.
Yeah, that's, I will not spend too much time on number 10. It's really considering the fact that, I mean, the investment by the countries for ACTRIS is huge. It's a lot of money, and I'm sure that some people somewhere in the ministries, they will be keen in seeing that there are synergies, but that was already said before.
So I didn't say that Roy Harrison, André Prévost, and Gael raised the hand. Roy, please.
Thank you, Xavier.
No, thank you to you for coming.
I was going to comment on the epidemiology question, but I think that you've answered that very well. But on this question of the number of supersites, I think one has to examine what their purpose is. And they have a number of purposes. One is to understand atmospheric processes which determine pollutant concentrations. One is source apportionment, where we need information at that sort of level to have reliable source apportionment with a good time resolution and not solely campaign-based. There's an issue of public health protection when we're clearer about the meaning of some of these metrics, such as particle number or lung deposited surface area, for example, if those turn out to be good predictive metrics, or OP also. And also they generate data which is useful in epidemiological studies, and particularly if we're ever going to get to the bottom of this question of the differential toxicity of particles of different sources and composition. So they have multiple uses. And also something that we have discovered recently in developing a predictive model for particle number concentrations is we have an urban supersite where we can generate data to test our model, but where we're failing is that we don't have a nearby rural supersite to give us the rural background conditions for the model. So one can make an argument for very large numbers of supersites, particularly in the form of triplets, where we might go for a rural background, an urban background, and a roadside, which would actually tell us a great deal. And we don't have that. So I think if one takes all of these things into account, one can argue for a very large number of supersites. But pragmatically, because of the cost, I think it's perfectly reasonable to suggest that those initial numbers are halved. And then we can show the value of these supersites more comprehensively and argue for more in the future if the case exists. I think it will do, but we don't have that case at the moment. So that would be my comment on that particular suggestion there. I think it is right to suggest reducing the numbers. I think it makes it politically more acceptable, but we have to acknowledge that it does reduce the sort of valuable work that we can do based on the data for the supersites. So that's my comment. I'll leave that there.
Thank you very much, Roy. Very good comment, because this approach with triplets of sites is very needed for everything in the air. So we have to change the wording of that. So at the first stage, it's acceptable to reduce it, but we have to recognize that having these triplets of sites will give a lot of added value for both the measurement, the source apportionment, and the modeling. And this is a very good suggestion. Thank you. Then we had Andre, and later on Gael. Andre? It's me, or it's Andre?
I don't think it's you, Xavier. I think Andre has frozen. Maybe he's got an internet problem.
Okay. So in the meantime, Gael, you had before you had your hand.
Yes,
raised.
it was a, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, it was a short comment to Anya, also to about the suggestion to have the supersites in where we have the epidemiological data. And of course, epidemiological data relies on hospital admission and mortality and morbidity, like you say, Xavier, but we have also not to forget about the cohort study, which need also very reliable air quality measurement on long terms, and they are not always in very huge city, and but they cover a large area. And so my suggestion is not to forget also these core studies that are very needed to establish the first very dose response, where after we look at other stuff. Yeah.
Okay, this is very good observation. Also, this is for long-term effects.
Yeah.
And then the cities having large cohorts should be prioritized. Okay. Thank you very much, Gael. And Andre is not here. So, okay, if you allow me, we will go to the last batch, but these are the technical recommendations, okay? We will do it very quickly, okay? Because as Paolo stated, this probably for some of these will require a bit of discussion before to give the final recommendation. But we have these 4 recommendations that I would like to go briefly. If you allow me, Paolo, I will go in this case, okay? So what Ali has very clearly stated, we need to go for the CEN standard, and for the ACTRIS recommendations, which are basically the same, okay? And then this has to be for ultrafine particles. I am talking. Jutta, when you say ultrafine particles, you always refer to the CPC, and this is for Article 8 in the Section 7, when they say that hotspots should be implemented with ultrafine particles, so the total measurement, but the supersite is having the particle number size distribution. Okay, so for both of them, there is a requirement, a CEN recommendation that at this moment is similar to the ACTRIS, I think, and to what EMEP is recommending. So I think this should be followed. There is no doubt about that. But still there is a lot of discrepancy on the lower size limit in some places, starting as coarse as 20 nanometers, and in some other starting at 3 nanometers. If you start at 3 nanometers with the particle size distribution, no problem, because you can, for comparison purposes, we can cut it at 10 nanometers and then to do the comparison. But if we start at 20, we are losing the 10 to 20 nanometers. And this may suppose a significant amount of number concentration. Okay, so in addition, we are, I think this is done because measuring below 10 nanometers requires a lot of effort. But if we are interested in evaluating if the nucleation mode has a health effect, as we demonstrated in Huelva, which is an industrial site with a huge copper smelter, we found relationship with mortality for the nucleation particles, not for the traffic at this small site. Okay, so then we have to be ready to measure below 10, but as a starting point, we believe that 10 nanometers should be the minimum, and probably Ali Widensoller can correct me if I am wrong, but there will be a standard starting at 7 nanometers. Okay.
The actual standard is at 7. The actual TS is at 7, and the new EU standard coming next year is from 10, harmonized with the number size distribution measurements also starting at 10.
Okay, so at 10. Thank you, Ali. And then if we suggest also to evaluate, to take into account this question about the butanol or water and about the neutralizers, because if we use a krypton neutralizer, then you have to have some limitations, because these radioactive sources that are treated differently in different countries. So there are new ones that have not these requirements. These were our suggestions for this. Is there any comment on that? Then we go to the second. The second is for the EB, the equivalent black carbon. Okay, so we had a project in the last many years ago, that was a kind of array urbans, okay? The project was called Airmontech. And during in this project, we suggested the protocols to measure ultrafine particles for air quality purposes and the elemental black carbon also. So at that time, Paul Quincy from the UK was also already suggesting to correct in situ the black carbon. Black carbon is measuring absorption, and when we have the E in front, is that it should be calculated, converted this absorption or absorbance into micrograms per cubic meter of elemental carbon, and then is equivalent to elemental carbon. Okay, so we had this already showing that in Airmontech many years ago, and this is very important because the companies that provide the thalometers, they provide specific factors, max factors that we say, and these are homogeneous for all the instruments, and this can be very far from what it has been found. So ACTRIS has done a lot of work on this, and they have an ACTRIS MAC factor that should be used if you don't have the possibilities, the capabilities to collocate EC measurements together with black carbon measurements, because this is closer to the reality than using the instrumental MAC. So now Marjan, a colleague of us from our team, is doing studies, and in the case of Rochester, that we have the data, it was very clearly shown that if you use the MAC of the instrument, you see a very nice declining shape of the trend in the last 15 years. But if you use the in situ obtained MAC using ruling averages like Zurich is doing, for example, this trend disappears. So this is very important, not only to have the instrument, but also to know how to convert the black carbon into equivalent black carbon. Okay. This was our suggestion. Our suggestion is, please calculate in situ your MAC value, but if you cannot do it, use the one from ACTRIS. Okay. Comments on that? I don't see. Then we go to.
Yes, Xavier, sorry.
Yeah.
I have, it's Olivier, sorry. I have comment on that. I think maybe you should clarify, not in the recommendation, I think it's clear in the recommendation, but from what you say, I think we should be careful on what we are calling black carbon or equivalent black carbon and what we are calling EC. For now, the idea is that we will call equivalent black carbon as it is always already defined in some publication, to harmonize the concentration we got from optical measurements. So equivalent black carbon by itself refer only to harmonized measurement of black carbon from optical measurements. If we want to normalize with EC, I think then maybe it's another parameter, and then we are approximating EC concentration. So I don't know how it should be done in the directive, if it should be called EBC or EC approximation, but if we use site-specific MAC values determined by normalization to EC concentration, then we are actually measuring EC and not equivalent black carbon.
Yes.
Yeah,
this is true.
Just to clarify that.
Yeah, sorry for this. It is true. But this is an issue to be discussed because if the MAC is changing across the time, because we have more coating of black carbon by SOA, for example, this is affecting to the radiative balance, but probably is very different for the mortality, because this black carbon now will have much more substances that may have health effects than the one that was more pure black carbon. So for the air quality, in my opinion, but this is exclusively my opinion, not the real array urbans or the ACTRIS, of course, what we need is to see what is the EC, not the optical effect of this type of particles.
Yeah, yeah. And then it goes in line with the technical recommendation number 3, where this is also a place where the standardization should be handled, and we should properly define in some standards how we are measuring EBC and EC approximate based on what we are doing currently in area urban. So yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Olivier. Thank you for this very good and opportune comment. Then Gael, again, please, can you explain us what do you think it will, how this will finish on the OP? What are the best antioxidants that you suggest, or whatever, or when do you think you will have a process that can be suggested?
So the inter comparison is over, and we will have a first release of the result tomorrow with a member of the task, and we will reveal the result at the end of July for all the participants. At the moment, what we have seen among the review we have been doing, that I think that we will go for a recommendation of a set of assays, including at least OPDTT and a complementary one. This is what I can tell today. I have no more to say.
And a complementary one.
Yeah.
Okay, but will you suggest with a protocol to be used for harmonization? It means the number of incubation.
So you know, in URBANS, we propose the simplified protocol.
Yes.
And the results are quite surprising. So this is something that we will work on, because how to say, I think we are not today with soap, but we have in hands a very promising route, and we need to discuss that. But we are at the crossing of these roads, and the results are very surprising, but also in a good way for another, because we have asked to people to do whatever they wanted to send us some results, and there is homogeneity where we didn't expect it, and there is heterogeneity where when we have provided something very strict. So this is something that we have to deal with now, and it was also the first one. So science is going on, and we try to work seriously as fast as we can, but
Okay.
I cannot tell more today, Xavier.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I was only asking you to report about the state, but think that for harmonization is not only needed DTT or ascorbic acid or
health.
But also how to sample, how to preserve the sample until the incubation, how many hours of incubation, when the sample should be measured after incubation, things like that.
Yeah.
You know better than nobody else, but harmonization is, at least to start, it will be good having all this.
Yes, and this is why also we propose this kind of bigger group among ACTRIS to work on this with a larger spectrum of experts, and maybe we will invite also some colleagues from US that are quite that are also very advanced on the subject to work on this. And but I guess again the light are quite green, and people are very willing to go in the same direction.
Very good. And is the Imperial College also involved?
Yeah.
Very good.
Yes, they have been part of the. They have been. I have to check, but they were part of the intercomparison. Yeah.
Thank you. And the last point is a bit controversial, because we are listening different opinions. The fact that many years ago we included in our royal decree transposing the Air Quality Directive in 2011, we included the obligation of measuring ammonia in large cities at one traffic site, because we were expecting the ammonia slip from the selective catalytic reduction. And we had that. So we had, using dosimeters, we had been able to measure this 10-year trend showing the increase of ammonia in Barcelona. So we know that at least we agree with Jutta that with these dosimeters, ammonia can be easily measured. But we had a very bad experience with online ammonia instruments many years ago. But I am listening from experts that the Picaro-like ammonia instrument is working very well. So the opinion of the ammonia experts in URBAN is that we should tend to operate the online instrumentation, because it seems that it is working well. And in fact, in Regione Lombardia, Milano is operating this. But many other stakeholders told us that they are not still happy with the online ammonia instrument. So if any one of the attendants would like to comment on that, I see Therese.
Yes,
Salam.
may I? Yeah. I would like to mention that at INT, within the National Air Quality Network, we have organized inter-comparison regarding ammonia. And within another ACTRIS project, Oxford Clean, we will organize another one next year. So just to tell you that there is not only Picaro, there are other online techniques which are improving. So I can say, for example, Durag. So they have a good potential as well. So they gave good results comparable to Picaros and other techniques. Just a small comment regarding that. But yeah, of course, there are other techniques offline like Delta or other, but just for online, there's, to my knowledge, this Durag instrument which performed quite well. Thank you.
Okay, and the price is similar or cheaper?
Cheaper and European. Sorry to say that.
Very good. But and what is the system based?
Laser based, I would say. If you want more information, I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I can provide.
Okay, this because now it's relevant. But because we bought one which was based on the same method that NOx measurements, and this was very bad. Very bad. Okay.
It was Durac. Sorry, what did you say? I don't hear.
Sorry?
Sorry, can you repeat your last comment?
That we have been working, but this was 15 years ago with instruments that were developed by the Center for Ecology in UK, and another one by the Netherlands, and they were working very well, but they required a lot of it was not online, but it was wet chemistry, and then it required a lot of person effort. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
maybe Delta system or something like that. Or yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But we used an instrument that was based on the I don't remember the instrument name, but it was measuring NOx, NO2, and then converting the ammonia in NO2 or NO, I don't remember, and then measuring, and this was very bad. It was working properly only 1 month, and it was quite expensive. Okay, so any other comment? Yes, Mark and Andre.
Yes, I would like to say that maybe we should give the opportunity to the different country to choose. I mean, to use real-time measurement or more integrated measurement of ammonia. For me, it clearly depends on what is the objective of the measurements. For now, France, we're working on definition of a strategy, national strategy for monitoring ammonia, and clearly that depends on what is the objective of your measurement that will choose between real-time measurements regarding integrated measurement. That's the first point, and finally, it's the same thing with the chemical composition. Also, as I said before, I mean, the text of the directive and also the recommendation of ACTRIS should give the opportunity to the state that have already some network from real time.
Yes.
To not have to change to I mean, to integrated measurement to respond current recommendation. It will be very costly for the state and for the network.
So I was listening not very well, Mark, but to take notes, I understood properly that you say that if one member state is using a given method for several years ago, the supersites regulation should give the possibility of not changing this.
Yeah, I mean that there is some network that are working with real-time measurement for ammonia, for example, but also for chemical composition.
Yes. And
we should be very careful in the recommendation, in the directive proposal, but also in the ACTRIS recommendation, that this recommendation will not oblige and the state to change the real-time measurements to more integrated measurement.
It
will be very costly for them.
Okay.
And also, I think that the discussion between integrated measurement versus real-time measurement really depend on the objective of the measurement. And if we are not clear to this point, mean, we'll debate without end about what kind of technique should be done.
Yes. Okay, because for example, in we had this purpose to see how the ammonia slip is affecting to the ammonia in the city of Barcelona. We had enough with the passive dosimeters. But if you want to do some source apportionment, maybe you need online. We agree with that. Thank you. Andre? Andre? We are not listening you. We are not hearing you. I don't know. No. Definitely.
Do you hear me now?
Now, yes.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, no problem.
They were just cutting the grass in front of my window, so I had to change the. Anyway, yeah, just I wanted to mention. I mean, this network in Lombardy that you mentioned, they're actually using this chemiluminescence that you just said. I mean, they're using NOx and then go to higher temperature to the ammonia. And I mean, that it seems to be possible because in the rural areas, I mean, ammonia makes a big chunk, and then you're okay to do these difference measurements. But I mean, the experience in Switzerland with the online actually measurements, I mean, I don't know if somebody from the EMPA is here. I mean, is not very good, and it's not so much the question of the instrument. I mean, the big problem is that that any inlet you're using, I mean, it's making it really hard unless you really heat it up. But when you heat it up, then you also then measure part of the ammonium nitrate or ammonium chloride as ammonium nitrate as and ammonium chloride as part of the ammonia. And I mean, if you don't heat up, I mean, then you really have very long. Stuff keeps in the inlet, and then it takes long to get through, and it actually even depends on the on the pH of the stuff that was deposited before and so on. So actually at EMPA one gave up actually to do the in situ, online measurements of ammonia. Maybe I'm not sure if somebody from EMPA is here that could comment on it, but I think it's really tough. I mean, so what they recommended is actually, I mean, the passive sampler, and then eventually also contact-free like DOAS measurements. But any in situ, you get in a lot of trouble actually. And I mean, it's expensive, and then and it's really super hard. It's not so much about the instruments, about the whole inlet system that you actually, at the end, you're actually not able to resolve what you want to resolve.
Thank you, Andre. In fact, Guido Lanzani from ARPA Lombardia explained us that they have condensation during the night in the inlets, and these water drops capture ammonia in the form of ammonium, and then as the sun rises next day, the drops evaporate, and then they have peaks of 400 micrograms of ammonia.
I mean, the values could be okay. I mean, if you integrate them again over longer time, then it could be okay. But I mean, the diurnals don't make any sense that you actually measure when you don't heat the inlet. I mean, that's really hard. So someone has to really be cautious. I mean, how one is doing that.
Thank you very much, Andre. Okay. Thank you very much. If you don't have any more questions or observations or comments, we will make a wrap up very quickly because we reached the end. Okay, so what we were coincident, everybody was in two words or three words. The first is synergy should be taken. The second is harmonization is needed. And the third is try to keeping the cost as low as possible, okay? But it still remains for me how integrate all these synergies to support, because here we want only the purpose of this meeting is because we support very much the directive as and the proposal of measuring these advanced parameters. Okay, so it's not that we want to do that or we want to keep the coordination of that other thing. We don't want this. We want only to support, to help AQUILA, DG Environment, or whatever organization that have the responsibility to implement that, the Article 10 and Article 7 for total ultrafine particles in hotspots, that we are ready to support as much as we can, okay? The willingness was clear for everybody. The need of the synergy, the need for harmonization, and the problem of the cost was clear. And probably what the people from DG Environment is listening in the Council of Europe from the member states is quite different to the comments that we provide here, because here we see this added value and here we see this need. But in my opinion, there are at least a number of member states that probably are not willing to cover the cost for this implementation, and to have this information from some countries and not from some other regions of Europe is not what it's the air quality requires for the policy assessment. And there are this need that AQUILA has, and also some member representatives, some member states representatives say that probably it is required more information of the cost on the time, on the person months that every of these new or advanced air quality parameters require. But I think it's different to talk about black carbon than to talk about VOCs. So we cannot deal with the same degree of complexity of and costs. This we will try to give to AQUILA all the protocols that we are suggesting and the list of existing ACTRIS and non-ACTRIS supersites providing this type of measurements already. Because if DEFRA, if Germany, if France, and other countries, and UK, okay, DEFRA, I mean UK, they have been able to do what the Commission is proposing from years ago in urban environments. It is because it is possible. So we need to find the way to have that, because our worries in RI Urbans is that if we don't support and we don't help to do this implementation and the member states find that this is very costly, too complex, they cannot do that. The Article 10 of the directive might be in danger. And I think DG Environment and all the entities that help DG Environment to elaborate the draft made an excellent and outstanding job that we need to support. That was my conclusion of this. Please, the other people. Paolo?
Yeah, just thank you, Javier. Thanks to all the feedbacks. I think the idea would be about the next steps. The next steps are obviously to summarize the meeting with the indication from that came from many of you in the audience. And I think it is to see with the next steps in the discussion taking place at the DG level, how we can provide support to any technical, scientific, or implementation questions that they may have. So I think this group of people in AQUILA, in ACTRIS, and EMEP should make sure that they are still in contact throughout the process. In ACTRIS, we are informing about the position of the research infrastructure through our national ACTRIS contact points and through the leaders of our thematic centers, topical centers, and data center. So I think this idea of working together should start already from tomorrow to make sure that all the questions that the people may have will find an answer, or that we can provide additional suggestions as a group of entities. So this is what I would say on ACTRIS side.
Thank you. Thank you, Paulo. Yes, we will produce a summary that we will try to circulate, because to catch exactly what the attendance, what all the interventions. I took notes, but I am not sure I understood properly all the interventions, but I will try to do my best, and I will produce a summary that will be circulated. And later on, if Lucia and Johanna believe that this can be of interest, we can provide you with the summary, and of course also to AQUILA and to EMEP and to ACTRIS and URBANS community, but especially this is in support of the directive, so we would like to help the DG Environment and AQUILA as much as possible to implement this. But now that I saw a name in the list of attendance, we miss an important point. And at least in Barcelona and in Spain, in generally, because we are working in Madrid and in Seville, we are using the measurements of our super sites to improve the emission inventories. And then this will be especially required for the VOCs. So we are having an exercise with comparing what the maximum ozone formation potential of the VOCs as the emission inventories that we have. And then we compare that with the measurements. And I will say from the first 10 components, we have for the first 20 components, at least 15 are coincident, not exactly in the first position or in the second, but very close. And then we had some meetings and with the emission inventory, and this should be also included in addition of the very good summary that Roy provided us for the usefulness of the supersite data and the improvement of the emission inventories is also relevant for that. Okay. Jutta, Kjetil, and any other participant that would like to contribute?
Well, maybe I just say thank you to everybody as well for having well, I think it's good to have this exchange, and as Paolo said, I think we should stay in touch. And I guess, Xavier, we will get all the presentations we have
Yes,
this
that's
morning
what
as
we
well.
were requesting.
Yeah,
the questionnaire
everybody.
with your emails,
Yeah.
because we will inform you on the links.
Yeah.
So please be so kind to send it to me.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And we will put it in one link for everybody.
And within AQUILA, we will have to have a lot of discussions. I think, like I said, we didn't have a meeting on this topic since last November. So I think there will be a lot to be discussed, and then also put back into the community and to see what we can do with it. Okay, but thank you.
But Jutta, thank you for you to come here and to be proactive and active. And if you need our participation, and Annette is here also in the working groups that you said you have for the black carbon, for the ultrafine, and so on, we will be delighted to attend and to support you as much as we can. Probably for many groups you don't need our support because you have very good experts, but if you need our support, at least to receive how many sites we have been detecting that are already measuring, or our opinion on one specific issue, we will be delighted to participate if you consider that our contribution may help you.
Yeah, thanks for the offer, Xavier. Yeah.
Okay. Kjetil?
Yeah, thank you. I would also like to say thanks to everyone with the comments. As I mentioned, EMEP is not directly engaging in local scale measurements, but we find it very important that that sites that are set up in urban areas are well harmonized with what is being measured at the rural side.
Yeah, this is very important. Thank you. Lorenzo, would you like to add something?
Thank you very much, Javier. For me, this has been a very educational meeting. Yeah, I would like to say that I took on board your proposition to probably upgrade some of the EMEP regional sites to at least complement part of the duties that the super sites will be taking. That is something that I'll be discussing with Agustin as the co-chair of TFMM. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. We had in the chat, we had also a comment from Nicolas Marchand at the beginning of the meeting. And this is another opportunity they have implemented for this urban area with industrial hotspots already. The chemical speciation, the ultrafine, the VOCs. So this is another example that with synergy of this research structure with the National Air Quality Monitoring Networks, ACTRIS, AQUILA, this the synergy can be very profitable because they are already measuring that in Marseille. So, any other comment? Otherwise, we would like to thank you very much for your participation and the active discussion and constructive comments. that we will try to summarize and to send you the link to the PowerPoints or to the PowerPoints and to this summary that I will try to take it short. Okay. So thank you very much and have a very nice afternoon and evening.
Thank you, Javier. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.